There it goes. Is it going? There we go. Let's see. Hello, everybody.
Hello, Internet.
Ah, it is me, the flashing dinosaur in the corner. And here also is Tracy, the little gremlin also in the corner. Hello, everybody.
Yep.
Hey.
How's everyone doing?
I'm okay. I'm looking forward to a new chair coming to my door, hopefully as soon as next week.
Yeah, it's hard to overstate how important chair comfort is for an artist who sits in that chair for 10 hours a day or more.
Yeah. They say, don't sit in a chair for more than X number of hours a day. And it's like, ha ha ha, this is my job.
Right. It's like,
that's cute.
Okay, but I have to pay the bills and buy groceries. So
have you ever gone to the
I
doctor with hand problems and you're like, doctor, my hands hurt? And they're like, well, you should stop doing the thing that makes your hands hurt. And I'm like, doctor, I like to eat.
That's literally impossible.
Yeah.
It's just like, I guess I'll die meme.
When the doctor advises you to do things that would result in my being homeless as a matter of health, it's like, I'm pretty sure the being homeless might be worse for my health, but
Yeah.
Who am I? I'm not the expert here. I don't have a medical degree.
Unless I can just get permanent medical leave.
Yeah. And even then, it's existing on medical is hard because if you
disability is actually not too
disability
kind,
is
so,
right because if you only earn you can only get a certain amount of money from the government, and then if you happen to do things that earn any money at all, really, you lose a disability. So you can't append that income with anything else. You basically have to live in poverty unless you have
basically
someone else you're living with, or they don't make it easy.
Man, we are going for... This might be our record for the happiest intro.
Yeah.
Hey guys, the system
everybody,
is
welcome to our cheerful... Look at these cute cartoon
Look
characters.
at the cute cartoon cats. Don't think about it. Don't think about the fact
Mozzie needs to go to the doctor for hand troubles.
Yeah. Mozzie, does Mozzie have hand problems?
Yeah, ever since the thing fell down on his hands, the thing closed on his hands.
Yeah,
I've done that before.
That was
his
Rocky.
Fingers are all,
Rocky had a bright idea where he was like, "What if we got people coming to the Lackadaisy if we just did more." Fancy stuff, like what I seen in the movies. I'll just roll around the piano like so, and he jumps on top of the piano, immediately slips off, lands on Mozzie's fingers. They do not have a pianist for about a week.
His fingers just look like crinkle fries now.
Oh.
It's very tragic.
It's like, well, the bad news is your fingers
Mozzie's
broke. The good news is, I don't think anybody's gonna notice we're gonna have too few patrons this week anyway. Anyway, hi everybody! If you are enjoying our show and all the work that we've been doing, please, speaking of patrons, consider checking out the Lackadaisy Patreon at, patreon.com/Lackadaisy. It is up top. You can find out more about the comic, lackadaisy.com, or at lackadaisy.com. The comic is not called lackadaisy.com. That would be weird.
It'd be pretty internet.
Yeah.
The Patreon also has some pretty cool tutorials that are also hilarious.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the plugs, guys. Stop being nice to me. Shut up.
No, we're not going to stop being nice to you. Katie, as one of Tracy's patrons, what would you say is some of the best stuff about the Patreon?
Don't stop.
All this stuff that I can't talk about.
It's all secret patron things.
Secret patron art.
Consider that incentive.
Yeah. You get early access to stuff, behind-the-scenes materials that nobody else is going to get to see for a long, long time. Little bits and pieces of the short in progress. And, general shenaniganery.
Custom art and things.
Custom
working on a picture
art
for Katie right now, actually.
Yeah. Would you like to become a Lackacat? But you have no imagination for how to
Our viewer count is dropping, so let's stop talking about Patreon.
All right. All right. Ran out of jokes. Let's go.
Lily who draws says, "Hi, how are you guys?"
Mm-hmm.
Hi.
Hi.
We're alive. Struggling to exist in this.
We are
in this world.
Distracting myself some.
Or we're in purgatory. I'm not
things.
sure. Yeah, we may have all died in 2016. I'm not sure at this point, but.
Yeah, my entire existence in Washington State was a lie. None of it ever happened.
Yeah,
Washington
but we just
doesn't exist.
persist as if it's all very normal. So, doing all right in that.
It's
in that
fine.
regard.
I'm actually
there are
Skelly
actually
Bones.
no cons to being a ghost.
No.
Often you don't even notice that you're dead, so it's fine.
Yeah, you still got to pay taxes. So.
You still gotta.
Death and
The taxes
taxes, and
don't
turns out that the taxes don't stop after
The taxes do not end when the death comes.
Yeah, the Grim Reaper is actually works for the IRS.
Oh no!
Yeah, they work for HoloLive.
Alright, what I'm doing today is I'm basically going to be finishing in-betweening this guy here, speaking of pianists. This is Mozzie, he is the piano player at the Lackadaisy. This is his Rubberhose version. So I got a lot of his in-betweening done already off camera. I basically have to finish the piano and fix his hands a little bit, because the last time I was streaming I had his hands doing one thing and then I was like, I don't like it. Didn't quite match what was needed for this bit. So it's been revised and now he's doing a fun little honky tonk. But he's not sliding his finger up and down the keyboards, which is a shame to lose, but
Yeah, as cool as that, it's like if we could cycle that in at intervals, that'd be cool, but I don't know that that's probably overcomplicating everything.
It's gonna make it a little bit much.
Yeah.
I'll give you my life savings to do it.
I don't need an extra $5, Katie.
Yeah, I spent all my life savings on snakeskin cowboy boots.
Nice.
I'm not kidding. For my boyfriend's birthday.
I mean, it's better than investing in crypto, I'm sure.
Oh boy.
Yeah, speaking of, GPU prices sure are coming down. Have you noticed? I could actually get a 3080 Ti if I felt like it for under $1,500 now.
I just got a 3070 Ti myself, so.
Damn.
Nice.
Yeah. If I
don't
didn't
understand computer.
it's the graphics card what all the boys want. It brings the boys to the yard. Yes. So,
it Eldens your rings.
Yes, there you go.
Eldens your rings.
I would actually love to get one because it would make rendering go a lot faster. It would make After Effects go a lot quicker as well. But I have to be aware. It's like, is it worth it right now? I have a 2080 at the moment, which is, it's doing its job. I don't necessarily want to mess with my computer's interior while I'm in the middle of the project, but I've already had to a little bit throughout the course of this. When I had to replace my entire C drive. Have I talked about the story of how I had computer failure around Christmas? Nearly?
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think I've heard it.
I might be confusing it with some of your other memory storage destruction stories.
Gotcha. Oh yeah, but I was having C drive failure, indications of it for a half a year while on project, and I was trying to narrow down what was the cause of certain hang-ups my computer was having, and it took until December for me to fully figure it out, and I was like, oh no, the C drive is failing. That's what's happening. And so I ordered a new C drive, a nice little Rocket Sargent thing, which thankfully was going for pretty cheap, owing to the fact that it was the holiday season, so I was able to get it very inexpensively, but the trouble was I couldn't immediately replace it because, again, I'm in the middle of projects, and so if I replaced that thing and something went wrong, I'd be out for a week or two trying to solve it, so I wanted to time this computer fix-it to around Christmas, so that, when we're on break on the project, because nobody's going to work on Christmas. I mean, I would work on Christmas, but nobody's going to work on Christmas. I'm not going to ask other people.
I work on Christmas. It's just a day.
Yeah, but I don't ask you to. So
the two of you need to sue your employers. Oh wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how well that's gonna work out.
We are our employers.
Yeah. You're gonna have to have a hard conversation with my brain first.
Yeah.
Arbitration with my neurons.
It's like, in some ways, like, the work is refuge from other things, too, so, sometimes you just retreat to that and forget about the world.
Yeah.
Carmen says, "Good evening. I've never been to a blogger stream or broadcast in my life. I only came here to say thank you for your amazing work, and I wish you a lot of success and good health in the future."
Hey, thanks, and welcome to your first stream in that case.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm sure there are softer landings you could have made on, more reputable streams, but
Yeah.
I hope we don't, grate on your nerves at least.
I will be back in a second.
Ooh.
We try to
The chaos of talking about taxes and hospitals.
Yeah.
we try to.
And arson. There was arson next door to me.
Yeah.
Things got almost a little too on brand, folks. There was literally about an hour ago, there was this towering, cloud of dark smoke hovering over my house just as I was on a walk and on my way back from a 15-minute walk. Here's shit's on fire, and I'm like, what is going on? And I'm rushing down the street calling Clint, hoping that it's not our house. And he picks up and he's like, "Hey, what's up?" And I'm like, "Get all the birds inside," because I'm like, all this smoke out there is not good for their lungs. So so finally I get into the house, and we're rushing all the birds inside, and once they're safe and secured, I get to the I'm trying to figure out what is the cause of this, and I look around the corner, and one of the RVs among our unhoused neighbors just totally burnt down. Just nothing there but the frame and some wheels. Nothing else.
That sucks.
It's you couldn't even tell it was an RV. And thankfully, none of the other RVs nearby caught fire. They didn't even get singed, as far as I could tell.
Yeah. Well, I hope nobody was hurt.
No, there was
insured, so.
There was nobody was hurt. One of the guys who was there hovering around the fire department said that he thought he heard a domestic disturbance going on, so it might have been an arson. Yeah, but nobody was hurt. I'm sure somebody's going to be very upset today when they come home. But yeah, so things got a little almost too on brand.
Unless they really, really hated that RV.
Maybe they really hated that RV. I don't know. I hope they have car insurance.
Yeah.
Yep.
It seems that things got heated.
But,
Sure did.
Oh no.
They got crispy.
Oh.
Hey, Tomb. How you doing?
Hi, y'all. Hi.
Speaking of crispy, hi, Tomb.
Yeah.
Hi, too. It's funny because she's from Florida.
Yeah.
She cooks.
The weather down here is pretty crispy. Oh,
Same
goodness.
here. Yeah, we've had about a week now of 100-degree plus days. It's a lot.
Yeah, I'm back in Western Washington for a few days, and it's raining, and it's so nice. I needed this. No, if I stayed here too long, I'd start. Right now, it's nice.
Super chat from Dee Dee.
Thank
Oh,
you.
hey. Thank you.
$10. Which cat is the most fun to animate considering different builds, tails, eyes, and hair? Also, my younger siblings love the designs and voices, especially my brother, who loves Rocky's love for syrup.
Ooh, animator question. That's cute. I can't answer that one. I can tell you which ones I have fun drawing, but I don't know, Fable, who's the most fun to animate?
Rocky's a lot of fun. He moves around a lot.
He's all teeth and eyeballs.
Yeah, he's got big brow. He's got a very big expressive face, and he's very theatrical. So playing up his acting is really, really fun. And He's also fun because he has like certain subtleties and stuff where he has dimension, and especially in different shots that are fun to lean into. Whereas, Katie,
that was the cutest sneeze ever.
Sneeze. It was like a kitten.
Katie. God.
Thank you.
Thanks, Elise.
But yeah, there's.
Put you in my pocket.
Yeah, go in her pocket right now. There's a tiny tissue in there for you.
No, I've had people think that my sneeze was fake. Because I either yell or it sounds like that, so...
Whenever I sneeze,
don't know
it's always
why
like comes
yelling
in triples, and they're all loud.
Oh, that used to
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
We'll hold it
Yeah, that's
against
the one thing
you,
about being back here is the allergies. Oh my god.
Ooh.
See, there's a superstition down here. If you sneeze more than 3 times, automatically someone is talking about you, and they're not talking good things.
Oh, damn. I sneeze a lot, so I guess I have some real shit talkers in my sphere.
That's how you know you're winning. If
What have you
people are
been
talking shit about you?
saying behind my back, Tracy? Telling everybody all my evil deeds.
Yeah, telling my cats all about.
Tracy's been working.
Sinister.
Tracy's been
Sinister
working out my
ways.
call-out post this entire time.
It's a very long call-out post.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
Longer than the
a
comics.
compendium at this point.
Yeah. Who set that fire? Was Fable, maybe, actually? Bum, bum, bum. I was saying to Clint,
It's like a journal, an entire
yeah.
journal dedicated to...
false accusations against Fable, yeah.
False?
Dylan
Today,
Royer.
What do you mean by
set
false?
fire to an RV.
Oh, no, not false. No, only truths go in my call-out post, excuse me. Anybody can make up anything. You gotta make that call-out post real. Otherwise, I'm
Yeah,
not
make it
gonna be very
interesting,
impressed. Yeah, make it interesting.
Dylan Royer says, "Is the pilot done?" Nope, not yet.
No.
We're still working on it.
You'll
Every
know
day.
when it is.
Yeah, we will make
Yeah.
a whole lot of noise about it as soon
Yeah.
as it's done and
Yeah.
ready to go live. We'll be posting all over the place about it.
I cannot wait to be obnoxious as hell about it.
Oh,
Same.
thank you.
But
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
When I hear, "Oh, is the pilot done?" When I hear that, all I think is y'all are building like a mini Lackadaisy pilot to fly in like a booze plane. Like that's something
Is the pilot ready?
You're ready to go?
I'm sure Rocky at some point has suggested this to Mitzi, and Mitzi just playing out the scenario in her head, and she's just just for a full minute, she's just staring into the middle distance, and then Rocky's like, Miss M, and she just snaps back to reality, and she just gently puts down her cup of coffee and just tense her fingers, lightly touches her lips to the tips of her fingers, and then goes, no. Just no.
It's like an extended daydream sequence with probably the most chaotic shit ever.
It's like
She's gonna board the plane and it's gonna immediately catch fire.
It's simply the thought of what would happen was just horrifying enough to be like a train wreck, and that's purely in her imagination, and that's what drew her out of the present universe for a moment. She astral projected to the reality where Rocky has a plane.
I'm really sorry to say, but Chad is bringing up the pasta without us even mentioning
The pasta, the pasta, that doesn't happen.
No, they remember
It was
the
one
pasta
time.
thing,
It was
yeah.
one time. Okay.
Oh,
One
pasta?
One time. I do pasta right, and you guys are all wrong. It was one time.
For those who don't know, Fable managed to, in the process of trying to cook pasta, catch it on fire.
What?
Only for a
I'm always
moment.
worried about doing that. I've never managed it. I've screwed up my cooking so much, but I've never set pasta on fire.
Okay, so apparently pasta sticks are very, very flammable if they're leaning outside the pot under, very high flames.
Yeah.
So, it can happen. Beware, your pasta too can catch on fire if you turn around for 5 seconds.
Also,
apparently.
don't try to fry shrimp in a shallow pan.
Don't tell
do
me
not.
Wait, stop.
Oh.
Did you say de-thaw?
No, to fry shrimp in a shallow pan.
You should probably also not defrost a shrimp in a shallow pan of oil either. I'm just gonna warn you guys that would be a bad situation.
Oh no, don't do that. That's even worse.
Yeah.
I almost set my house on fire. It was in the middle of winter and my brother was freaking out and couldn't find a lid like you're supposed to, so I just chucked it out the window. Not the window, the front door, into the snow.
I, for one, am grateful that Rocky has not yet experienced microwaves because there would be no surviving microwaves around him. He would make a couple of them blow up by accident at first by leaving metal in there, and then the next 5 were on purpose.
Gordon Freeman microwave moment.
Dylan wants to know what the pilot is called. We are just calling it Lackadaisy. We had briefly considered Lackadaisy something, but because Lackadaisy alone is difficult enough to spell, we figure let's not complicate it any further and make it hard to find.
It's just Lackadaisy, the animated short. If anything.
We call it the animated short to differentiate it from the comic, but it'll be entitled Lackadaisy. Unless the producer decides something else, but probably not.
No, I doubt it. I think Spike would want to stick with. Well,
no, obviously it'd have the title. It'd have the word Lackadaisy in it, but Lackadaisy something. I don't know.
Yeah. I think that's what we would do with future shorts if we did anything. So, we would maybe do like the comic does, where it's Lackadaisy this or Lackadaisy that. Yeah. But we first got to like establish it because we have to treat it as like, okay, so most people are going to come to it. Not everybody, but most people probably won't have heard of Lackadaisy. So you can't do Lackadaisy : other name because that's instantly going to cause some confusion. You need to like establish this first short as kind of like a landing page for people upon which they can go exploring. And then you branch out from there. So you keep it simple, which is something we definitely did not heed our own advice like at all. This short's crazy.
It's perennial off the record name though, is just Booze Cats.
Oh yeah.
So I spoke about an alternate title called Booze Cat something or other, but you kind of beat me to it. Yeah.
Are you talking on your phone right now, Toomby?
Maybe.
Because I'm like, something about the audio quality makes me think you're on a walk right now.
Yeah, I'm actually coming home from discovering a really, really good taco joint.
Oh, did you find a hole in the wall? That's the best taco joints. It's the ones that look like nothing whatsoever. Yeah.
Well, this one, it is and it isn't. It's like a standalone place, but it looks like a hipster nightclub type thing. Like, there was, like, hand-paint... I didn't take a picture of any of the artwork, boo! So hand-painted artwork is on the walls of, like, sugar...
You're gonna have to go back.
I will go back happily, because I don't think I've cleaned my plate that fast. And they have like homemade tortillas, and I was just in love, and I overate, and I do have to go walk, but I'll probably waddle.
I got similarly overstuffed last night when I made some questionable gumbo. Yeah. Okay, I don't know if anybody knows anything about gumbo in chat, but let me explain to you a thing about gumbo and Cajun and Creole cooking in general, also related to French cooking. That shit has butter in it, and you fundamentally always start with like 3 ingredients if you're gonna be doing any kind of soup or stew, with like a sort of a semi-fourth one going on here. You're gonna want onion and garlic. Let's just call those the same ingredient for ease sake. You're gonna want peppers, and you're gonna want some celery. And this combo, what was it called? Three Sisters or something? Like
The Holy Trinity.
The Holy
Holy
Trinity.
Trinity.
That's the name of it. Thank you. I was like, it's not Three Sisters. That's something else. Holy Trinity is what it was referred to, and that goes in fucking everything. It's what makes it good. This the other thing is that you make a roux, so that's butter and flour, and so that you get like that thickness to your stew or your soup, whatever's going on. Makes it good, basically.
And you toast it to the color of what you're making. So etouffee is a light roux. Gumbo, it tends to be like a darker roux.
Yeah. So you customize it based on what you're going to be doing, but you always kind of start with this basic combo. You got your roux and you got the Holy Trinity. All right. I got a box of Zatarain's that I got off the half rack. It was 39 cents. And after taking it home and taking a look at the instructions, I was starting to think I had overpaid. Because
I mean, you pay top ramen prices, you get top ramen quality.
Zatarain's is an existing southern brand. You know, people, it's considered respectable enough. So I didn't think it twice about grabbing it. I was like, oh, cool, it says gumbo base. I'll take that. Why not? I could make some gumbo. Haven't done it in a while, but I want to make some gumbo. And so yesterday I be making this stuff, and I look at the directions, and I'm like, the fuck is this? There's no Holy Trinity. There's no roux. There's no vegetables whatsoever. Nothing about peppers. Nothing about nothing about okra. Nothing. It just says, pick your protein. Sausage is good, or shrimp. Then put all the base in about 6 cups of water, and then throw in your meat. Hot tip. It is, you know, to have even better meat, good to cook it a little bit beforehand before throwing it in the soup. And I'm just looking at this and I'm like, the hell is this? What is this? This isn't Louisiana cooking. What is this? I just look at all over the box. I'm like, where's the roux? Where's the onions? Where's the garlic? Where's the pepper? What is this? There was nothing. There was something on the side that said, that was like, oh, a tip if you want it even better, consider throwing some okra in there in the last, like, 5 or 10 minutes. And I'm like, what? This is a 20-minute recipe? You know, you let this stuff go on for hours. You let it, like, turn into a mush together. What is this? I'm just astonished.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I could have made it from scratch.
Mac and cheese incident.
Yeah.
We do have a lot of questions piling up, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll go back to one from the complete start. Sticky Sauce says, isn't it a law Rocky must harm himself rather than harm others, though? Surely.
No, he does plenty of harm to others, just usually indirectly.
Usually.
Well, it's not always.
No. Sure, the pig farmers would argue otherwise.
Not when he drives a flaming vehicle into their house.
If there are any of them left.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, he's arguably his own worst enemy, but also everybody else's worst enemy.
Yeah.
Definitely Freckles' worst enemy.
Jake Dobler asks, what was World War I like for the cats?
I mean, it's hard to state so broadly. Like, it'd be harrowing, uncertain, weird. Although I would say Americans were largely removed from it until they got involved, but it was only in the very end of the war that America did get directly involved. So, mostly. Sorry, what?
Rocky was actually a secret bioweapon developed to end the war.
Yeah. Right. Just like the Tommy gun, he didn't actually see action, but certainly wreaked havoc on civilization afterwards.
Courage asks, what's Victor's background exactly? I've been trying to piece it together, but I'm assuming more will be revealed on how he got involved with the gang.
A bit, yeah. There's a lot of exposition in Volume 2 of the comic about how he ended up where he is, which added up mostly to following the war. He actually did serve in World War One with the American Army, U.S. Army. Although he was an immigrant, the Army had a lot of immigrants, a lot of people who barely spoke English in it, actually.
Yeah.
And he was basically fighting against his own homeland in a sense, although the reason he left to begin with was the kind of Hungarian Magyarization of that area. So the Slovaks and other cultures were losing their cultural identity, and a lot of people left and migrated elsewhere, including him and many of his siblings. So he served in the war after working a number of like labor jobs, and came back and found that there was some political upheaval and a labor movement going on, wherein I don't know if any of you have heard of the Palmer raids, but that was a thing where any
Sounds familiar.
immigrant, largely anyone who's suspected of being an anarchist or a communist, was targeted and arrested and persecuted and prosecuted by the government. And
Oh, like the very early Red Scare.
yes, they were. Yeah, it was like the Bolsheviks were,
Yes.
the Russian Revolution was pretty recent memory, and there was like a sort of like panic about that sort of thing going on. There also were some terrorist attacks that had happened, like there was bombing of Wall Street and some other things. You might have heard of Sacco and Vanzetti, and things where people were questionably targeted and in some cases like just executed or sent away forever for things they maybe didn't even do. They were just became a target for the purpose because they were an immigrant, and so they were suspect, and everybody is like, oh well, you must be an anarchist, or you're here to bring your culture and government ideas here and take
Never
over.
mind what they
The same.
were reading, yeah.
Nothing ever changes, right? It's the same thing as these days, like the xenophobia.
Yeah.
And
Persisted into the Second World War II and everyone after that and today.
Yep. Anyway, this led to some labor riots, of which he was involved in one, because it was always, blue-collar workers and laborers who were targeted by these things, not well-to-do people. And he got a little feisty.
Feisty.
Yeah. He
Got a little spicy.
He did. He got in a brawl with some police officers and lost an eye, and got arrested and charged with assault, and was sent to prison. And that is, Atlas found him there basically and was impressed.
Music, is that my end or is
A Lackadaisy
I don't
pipeline.
have any music. Oh well, there's the background song that we have licensed.
So it's my end then.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I don't hear anything through you.
Just want to make sure we didn't accidentally.
No. Thank you.
Anyway. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I see what happened. Okay.
So he kind of made a Faustian bargain he didn't have any, legal representation or anything that was actually going to be of help to him. And he had a young family. And so we kind of made a Faustian deal with Atlas that he was going to be his, loyal right hand. To get out of prison, because and Atlas funded his legal defense, in which they used the fact that he fought in the war for the Americans as a way to get him off lightly. So he only served a short amount of time in prison, and then went to work for Atlas, and then lost his family because that's just, those things just weren't mixing very well. He was suddenly cavorting with some very questionable people. and his family moved away.
Victor
know why I'm
makes me a
laughing,
little
but-
bit sad.
Yeah, it's not really a happy story. He's not there particularly because he wanted to be, but he's also in a bit of a situation where it's like he's not especially employable in other means, so he's feels resigned to his fate.
Infinite Sky says, "Who's that tickling the ivories?"
That is Mozzie, one of the band members.
That's such a funny phrase.
Tickling the ivories.
Sticky
Isn't
Sock-
it because... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to ask, isn't it because piano keys used to be made of ivory?
Yes.
Yep.
Or used to be coated?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Yeah. In fact, I remember playing on an ivory piano. The person who used to, it was the daycare provider that my parents used. I would play piano, and she had piano in her basement, so I would practice piano on that thing, and that thing was ivory keys. It also had like holes in it and stuff. And I was just like, yeah, ivory keys are like yellow and bad. It's like, ew, it's all yellow. I preferred my plastic keys. I would play the
used to
piano
play
and just
piano.
like feel bad for the elephant. I was like, this thing died for this. You did? You used to play piano?
Yeah, just a little bit. I took lessons from my grandma.
Ah. Did you have fun?
Actually, I think my grandma and my great-grandfather on the other side of my family are both like amazing pianists.
Ooh.
She passed a few years ago, but my great-grandpa, I never met him, but there's like recordings on vinyl that my family found,
Ooh.
and I have them all stowed away in a Google Drive, and they're like amazing. My grandmother was really good at classical music, but unfortunately I didn't really inherit the the musical talent, and I use talent very lightly, but I firmly believe that is not quite my thing. So I can play some piano and some guitar, but not very well.
Instead, you're so talented, you make that really good art that makes people smile every day.
Yep.
Thank you. I like making atrocities.
Don't we all?
Yep.
I haven't drawn a cursed Ziv in a really long time.
Now you know what you need to do.
I don't
No,
have
you
my
missed
laptop.
my counter back to 0. Oh.
What counter? What?
Huh?
Is this days without something cursed happening?
Days without Katie
That's like
making something
negative.
cursed.
Oh, I'm gonna fix that right now, actually.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I have a sketchbook. I have a travel sketchbook. Did not buy this tiny little Strathmore drawing sketchbook for nothing.
Sticky Sauce says, "The fuck is gooey butter cake?"
Oh.
It's
Special.
You're killing her.
it's. I mean, the name is pretty self-explanatory. It's
It's gooey. It's butter.
it's
and
a
cake.
Missouri thing. It's a kind of cake in which the amount of butter you put in is atrocious, and
Sugar is atrocious.
unadvisable amount of sugar and butter, and it makes for a very like gooey, buttery, thick cake.
Think like a cheesecake, but with an obscene amount of butter. It's like a cheesecake got married with a lemon bar, so it's like the texture and consistency of like a lemon bar, but it's got like the gooey smoothness, like a more gelatinous kind of cheesecake, because there's always cream cheese in it. There's an insane amount of butter, insane amount of sugar, let me tell you. Oh my god. But it's like a shortbread almost kind of base, so it's got like that little crunch at the bottom. Oh my god, it's so sweet. Very good with coffee.
Wait. So are you saying that the GUI doesn't stand for Graphical User Interface? I'm disappointed.
I mean, it's interfacing with the user in one way or another.
Fair.
I almost said interfacing with the user's mouth, but that just sounded...
Oh.
God.
I didn't say anything. Shh. Tiki Jones says, I'm a Missourian and never had it, but heard of it.
Really? I like they carry it at most grocery stores and everything. You can get like gooey butter cake or gooey butter cake cookies or like gooey butter cake ice cream. And
I know.
yeah, it's a very like Midwestern style of like comfort food indulgence.
Malcolm
sort of
found
thing.
some sort of like Twinkie type version of it at a gas station or something and got really excited and posted a photo. And we were like, damn it!
More serious question now.
Sure.
The Arrow Train, also known as Ford, asks, considering the events that happened 2 years after when the comic currently takes place, how do you think the cast of Lackadaisy would have handled the Great Depression?
Also a difficult one.
Rocky already
like,
handled it very poorly.
yeah. I mean, nobody handled it well. I mean, people just adapt or try to.
Oh, yeah.
Incidentally, the Great Depression is Zib's gangster name.
Yes, he is the Great Walking Depression. The musical one.
Zib does Mr. Cellophane would be pretty amazing. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was a major stock market crash because the whole stock market was a big fake bubble built on speculation, as it often returns to being at intervals.
We totally learned our lessons since then.
Oh yeah, we definitely like the laissez-faire
nobody ever
attitude.
got scammed again.
Yeah, that was it. It was like
Don't look at what's happening to, was it Binance now?
Yeah, the whole laissez-faire thing in the early 20th century, like the economy seemed to be flourishing and everything, and it was mostly because there were just no regulations whatsoever. And then it all crashed down because there were no regulations whatsoever and no safety nets to, back things up when they crumbled. And
whenever you have someone exclaiming, "Look, guys, there's nothing to back this up, and there's no regulations whatsoever. Isn't this great? You should back away."
Yeah,
slowly. Yeah.
Which is really the same thing that like crypto's been trying to achieve is like no regulations, but then when somebody rug pulls or just shuts down their
no
entire
regulations,
exchange,
no centralization. It's
they shut down their exchange, they
flags.
freeze all transactions, even the ones that are currently in progress, and people then start panicking, going, "Well, the government has to do something about this." Like, it's not regulated. This is what you
didn't want
wanted.
the government. This is what you want, man.
This is what you want.
This
This is
is
what
dream
you were
come
asking
true.
for. This is what happens. And so that happened, and there was a big rush on banks. The banks did not have enough liquidity to pay everybody out from the money they were trying to take out of the banks because they were all in a panic, and it was just a total clusterfuck. And for many years after, the country suffered immensely. People were impoverished. There's a lot of like, if you search around like YouTube, you can find a lot of like depression meal stuff because people would just invent ways to feed families of 6 or 7 or 10 or whatever on like a few cents a meal.
Yeah. And they didn't lose their money because they had all their money in the stock market. They lost their money because of bank runs.
Right.
So.
It's because like the rich people who had stocks and things like that, and people who are fairly affluent or even upper middle class or whatever lost money, and so businesses shuttered and inflation skyrocketed, and and so people lost their jobs, lost their homes, couldn't make their bank payments or couldn't make their mortgage payments, and lost their land and their houses, and a lot of them traveled west to try to find work. Obviously, if you've read Grapes of Wrath, that's one of those things. Made a lot of people very desperate. A lot of people struggled. A lot of people just became indigent and just traveled around and found gig work where they could, and then moved along when that dried up and went somewhere else. And all of this probably sounds familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, we've suffered through similar, but not quite the same level of.
It's why history is an important thing to learn. Is that there are patterns of human behavior, and if you want to understand why is what go on right now, it's like none of it's unique. So it's a good thing to be educated, because at least you can keep abreast of shit, I suppose. But yeah, or at least you won't be you'll be less likely to be a victim of rug pulls and pyramid schemes and that kind of thing.
Yeah. You know what to look out for.
So the
Anytime
moral...
someone starts going on about how great it is that something's unregulated, it's like, it's great for the people who pass the bag along before everything falls apart, sure, but... Yeah. But then you're just part of a giant scam that you've helped perpetuate and ruin other people, so...
So
Congratulations,
the moral of the story, the moral of the story is the only good type of panic is the term for a group of pansexual people.
Yeah.
Or Panic at the Disco.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I guess we'll get the other Great Depression question out of the way. A Russian name I cannot pronounce says, will the Great Depression be a topic in Lackadaisy?
Not directly, no. The story wraps up before that all goes down. So.
Speaking of panic, happy Pride, everybody! Woo!
Yay.
Oh God.
Yeah. How are you celebrating? I'm getting the bisexual chair.
All right. Now chat's getting sad
What?
about.
I'm sitting weird. That's how I'm celebrating.
What's a bisexual chair? Wait, what?
I'm
Go
getting-
check student chat, Jeremy.
Huh?
It's a chair you can sit in front ways or the normal way.
Yeah.
Like you could
Or cross-legged, or
cross-
sideways,
yeah, you can-
or
it's a
leaning
very
across
vers-
of it. Yeah.
It's a very versatile chair, you would say, I suppose.
Yeah.
You think of the way
chair.
that Zid sits, and then think of a chair that accommodates for his spine.
Yeah.
A coffin?
Or lack thereof.
And that would be the Hag Capisco. It is a chair that I am getting. I had some money saved up, and I was like, I am in bad need of a better chair, like very bad need. It is causing some back and neck issues for me that is becoming very distracting to get anything done. And so I was like, I have been debating about getting a new chair for like a while, and I kept trying to adjust the chairs I had to make them more comfortable, because wouldn't that just be so much cheaper and better, and then I don't have to all this other nonsense. But after so long of trying, I was just like, you know what? Fine, I'll spend the money on myself. I hate spending money on myself. But
Me too.
I had to get the chair. And I looked into other cheaper options, but there was nothing that had the specific stuff that I needed in a chair. And the fact that you can sit on it backwards and then the back of the seat supports your chest and you can lean forward without it being like a strain on your back is very, very appealing to somebody who has to lean forward a little bit while you're working. Like, you can't keep a straight back for very long when you are hunched over a Cintiq, so... and I try, but yeah. I was just finding my current ergonomic chair to be terribly inadequate, and I've had that thing for about a decade now, so yeah.
Hey, Kari.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, Kari.
Decided to drop in because it was some time since I hadn't.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah.
How's
we're
everyone
gonna-
doing?
It was good, just talking about chairs.
Hanging in there. Chairs in the Great Depression.
Yeah, I was looking.
Yep. And
Yeah.
inadvertently,
Of topics.
Yeah.
and inadvertently making chat sad about crypto again.
Yes, sorry, everybody.
Oh no. I see war, crypto, and depression in chat. That's
It goes together.
very uplifting.
Jake Dobler asks, is Seraphine the enemy to Lackadaisy?
Nah.
I mean, circumstantially, you could say that, yeah. I mean,
For as long as
She
she's
doesn't-
getting paid by Marigold, she is. So.
yeah, she doesn't specifically have it out for Lackadaisy
It's nothing
in the
personal.
way that
It's just her
it's
job.
not personal.
Yeah.
It's like
It's professional.
if she runs across them and they're a problem, then yeah, she'll fuck up their shit.
Effectively, too.
Nah.
She's very
She's totally friendly.
good. Her and Mitzi need to go out on a
You
girls'
are-
night,
are-
and it'll be great.
In her face,
Yeah.
and she won't bite me. Not at all.
Nah. She might bite a little, yeah. Nah, she's totally
No,
friendly.
she's totally friendly. She would never.
Give her a hug.
Sure.
Totally. We know how that turns out.
We don't. That's the point of that comic.
Aaron Kennedy asks, where does one acquire this chair? As a bisexual with bad posture, I find this may be handy. Here, I'll type it into chat.
Type the name in the
I'll
chat
type
so we can
you can look
Google
it up.
or-
That way you guys can
I mean,
look
I
up
can't
where
just
to
find
get it
a
in your
chair by
area.
Googling bisexual chair.
Hey. They should just relabel themselves as bisexual chair. You can get it customized to be in like lots of different fabric colors, so you could turn it into an actual bisexual chair.
It's just
Yeah.
3 colors, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
Become one with the chair, maybe.
The bi flag's actually pretty nice.
It's nice enough.
Have you seen that Tumblr post where it's like the purple's a little bit too desaturated, so they swapped it out with the asexual flag, and then they put the purple from the bisexual flag on the asexual flag instead?
My opinion on
Oh.
a bisexual flag is that it's all at relatively the same value, and I want to have more distinction in the dark and light of the colors, because it's a
The
little
graphic
hard for me to
design
look at.
could use some work.
Yeah, I need that red could be a bit brighter. Like the red violet could be a bit brighter. I think the blue could also be a little more intense. Maybe like I feel like I need to go at it a little bit with like the hue and saturation values and Photoshop.
I appreciate
Yeah.
Roku celebrating Pride all year long. Because of
yes.
their bisexual screensaver.
Yeah. No, I like
That's
the
a good use of those colors.
a fire flag, like a flag that's absolutely awesome. Is I really like the non-binary flag. And I was looking at like
oh yeah, it's got good colors.
yeah, my non-binary flag is right up there. It's like black, white, purple, and yellow. That shit's awesome.
Like your icon.
Well, I mean, I guess I got blue. There's not a whole lot of white on my character. There's red, black, blue, and yellow. More of a mess of primary colors on my character than anything. But yeah, I love the non-binary flag. I looked at the genderqueer flag and like, that's like disappointing looking compared to the non-binary flag.
There's too much going on with it, I think.
I like the current flag of this year with the so I know like the chevron and like all the different colors is pretty cool. It looks really
Yeah, it does look cool. People getting all upset about it, and it's like, man, I'm just looking at it. And
Man, I'm
like,
just
wow,
like,
graphic
neat, cool
design
flag.
Moment.
Yeah. Yo, nice.
I'm enjoying my ally flag. I'm happy we actually get to have one, even though
It's very nice. Good for
It's
you.
a participation flag.
I like the
Yeah.
I like the symbolism of I support while making it clear this isn't about me. That makes sense.
Yeah. I just wish that it didn't have like it's like, man, this allies have like prison bars across their flag. Or
Man,
maybe
I
it's
was
a
thinking,
zebra.
I thought that like prison garb was just like orange now, but I went to Houston. No, not Houston. A little bit like south of Houston into Huntsville, where they have all the prisons and stuff.
Ooh.
And I was like, holy shit, these guys are still wearing the stripes. Like,
Yeah.
they still have the stripes down there.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Maybe it's easier to clean.
Maybe. Could just also be really old-fashioned about it. I mean, they were like the last people to stop using the electric chair.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
I discovered my flag this year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been dating Boo for God knows how long, but I never bothered to look up the demi flag. And I found out that it's just like the ace colors, but it's in a different pattern. It's kind of cute.
Oh yeah, it's really sweet. I had some friends who came out as demi recently. I was like, sick. Good for you.
Yeah.
There's been like a little bit more ace representation in general, like some people coming out as ace this year that I've just been pleased to see. I know Jaden Animations put out a whole video talking about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was an interesting video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was nice.
Shall I move on?
Sure, so what other questions we got?
Courage asked, can Ivy play the piano? Gracie?
Was she having any patience for that?
I think she might have left for a bit.
You may have stepped away.
She's probably a cat thing.
Alright, we'll get back.
Mm-hmm.
He's okay. Cute cats require attention too.
Yes.
Oh shoot.
I think
next...
if Ivy does play the piano, I need to update my comprehensive list of characters and the instruments that they play on the server. I've been trying to keep track of that.
Jake Dobler asks, what is Seraphine doing now in the Now storyline and the others? I don't know what they mean by the Now storyline.
You mean in the short?
I mean...
Yes, huh?
Oh, she's there. Don't worry about it.
She looks really nice on the poster. Y'all should go check out the posters and some other art on the Gumroad.
Hell yeah.
This is totally a pitch.
Well, quick, while Tracy's not here, tell everybody how
Start rattling it off as fast as you can.
Yeah, go check out the Gumroad.
Gumroad.
Yeah.
They've got fantastic posters in different sizes and a beautiful matte finish that's actually really nice to touch. I keep finding that I touch.
Oh, the
my
matte posters
freckle.
are so nice.
Yeah, I keep touching the HR poster when I'm in the office. I just pet Freckle and I go, it's gonna be okay. I'll be fine.
Aww, I'm glad he's helpful.
Something to touch because I don't have a cat to pet yet.
So I will pet the poster. Oh, Freckle, your fur is so soft. Thanks.
Kind of scary. I think I'd be scared if I saw someone doing that.
Do you ever just walk up to like a 5'6" giant cat man and just start petting his face? You know.
Have you ever done that?
Hold on. I am going to be real sincere here and real legit. If Nicodeme was real, 6-foot-tall cat man with floofy cheeks, I would grab a stepladder, because I am 5'1", grab a stepladder, plant it in front of him, go hold still, climb up, and just start floofing his cheeks like I do with my Nico.
I need to see how squishable.
Okay with it. Just, oh, look at what a handsome boy. I feel.
You just kind of sit there.
Offer your cooking, and I'm sure he'd put up with it.
Oh my god, yes.
He'd just be like, thanks, and just takes a bite out of a cookie. It's watching thoughtfully.
You just give him a cookie, literally like, here, have a cookie, now I'm gonna squish your face.
Fun fact, so I made...
Sweet. It makes me forget he killed people.
Just like cats. Oh, murder mittens.
Oh my god. Hi T, if I ever cooked for Nico, I'd have the same reaction I did for my condad a week or so ago. So I made... He's from the South. So he has opinions about gumbo and jambalaya and brisket and things like that. He has opinions. And it'll, like, if he goes to,
I'm sorry.
for example, he's from Texas too. Like, he grew up mostly in Texas, so he has an opinion about tacos. If they're even remotely like Tex-Mex, he will go to the bathroom and throw up. Like, that's how his opinion is. And so when I was cooking jambalaya, because his daughter was like, "Oh, I've had boxed jambalaya. I hate jambalaya," and I'm like, "Excuse me? I'm fixing this." I cooked and I just like had a breakdown at one point. I was like, I really hope this is good enough. I hope this. That's how I would cook for Nico. I'd be like, I hope this is good enough. Full on panic, puts plate in front, just oh no.
Someone with opinions is eating my cooking. Uh-oh.
I'd like it to be known 4 helpings were had. I'm very happy I quadrupled the recipe. But yeah, that's how I'd feel cooking for Nico. Just like, just death.
Little stool be wiggling. You got Mozzie
They will all be wiggling.
wiggling his little
Yep.
tush back and forth, having a good time. Let's see. Oh, that's a bit loud. I'm not gonna do that.
The little reaction of Zib. I don't know why he looks like that.
What have you drawn, Katie? Oh no.
Oh no, Katie.
Oh, Katie, what is this?
Why do you do this, Katie?
Katie's just decided Zib is for shit posting.
He's sideways.
It's very cute. Thank you.
You know when cats just like walk up to you and sniff you and you can't see their mouths? They're just little orbs with eyes.
I'm gonna skip that one till Tracy's here. Guy with Lackadaisy name I can't pronounce says, "What is the likelihood that another Great Depression will occur in the future?" I don't
want to talk about that.
Yeah.
I want to just, animate the funny cat.
Give us fun questions.
Here's one for Fable. How hard was it to learn to draw someone else's style without your style bleeding it through?
Well, the character, I was there during the design process and helped guide a lot of how things were going to be constructed, mostly because I wanted to make sure that it would be animation friendly. So if it was the kind of thing that I was going to struggle to draw, like, it would be a struggle in general for the project to get done. Not just because of, like, oh, I'm good or not good enough, but I have to assume what could, most animators in general be able to handle. So, what is that audio? There's, like, a hissing in the background right now. Is that coming from me? That's odd. But,
Not coming from anybody, I don't think.
No, I think it's coming from my side. There's, like, some soft hiss noise.
I can hear it too, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah, so it's probably somebody in call then. That's odd.
Oh, is that me?
I'm not sure. Let me test. No?
Let me mute and see if it
No.
fixes it.
Nope.
Can
Nope.
you mute for a second? It's not
Hmm.
it's not looking like anybody's lighting up, so it sounds like it might be a Discord thing.
Huh. That's odd. One second. Let me just pop in and out of Discord to see if that fixes it. Oh, yeah, that's a Discord thing. There we go.
Oh,
Hey, that fixed it. Yeah, it was a Discord thing. Okay. It's just a weird little error. Sorry about that. It was hard for me to think with that hiss noise in the background. So, was it difficult for me to learn how to draw the characters in such a different style? Not entirely, because, well, me and Tracy have kind of similar influences. Like, we're both kind of influenced by, like, Disney, Bluth, and, like, Looney Tunes stuff. My style is not the exact same as her style, but one thing I pride myself on is my ability to adapt to different styles pretty readily. Because when you're an animator, you have to be able to work with, like, any number of models. So, like, I have to look at pretty much any character I'm going to be animating. I have to break down into a way where it's possible to recreate that look over and over and over again for, like, a 24 frame per second cartoon. So, like, it's just part of what I do and how I approach stuff that I'm going to be regularly trying to keep things on model. And a lot of what I'm doing on the project even is, like, when people turn in their work, I have to sit down and I have to give them notes to make sure that things keep on model. That said, initially it was kind of difficult sometimes, because Rocky is a challenge. His face is non-Euclidean in its geometry. So, there definitely is a little bit of a learning curve. So before I start drawing any character, in order to start drawing them consistently, I have to trace them and break them down. So you can even see that here on this particular thing. What I did before I even started this particular toon is that even though I've drawn these characters before, the thing is that I haven't drawn them in this particular style. So what I do is I'll first sketch out the whole thing, like right here. Whoop, is that it? Yeah, here we go. So I sketched out Mozzie here, and I, like, broke him up into different pieces. And then when I went over him with these other pieces, what you can see in what I drew is you can see that, like, there's a lot of construction lines in how he is illustrated. You can see, like, circles, and I'm, like, bouncing those around and stuff, and I'm trying to keep very in the shape language of, like, this particular decade of animation, where things don't really taper quite so much. They tend to be very tubular and evenly shaped. So you gotta, like, figure out what are the rules, and you basically trace over the model sheet, like, a couple times to gain some muscle memory for what you're working with. And then you can start animating. You don't just jump into it immediately, because what ends up happening if you jump into it immediately is you end up having to correct all your mistakes that inevitably pile up because you weren't familiar with the thing you're working with. So you have to do, like, a certain amount of study. Some characters are more difficult than others, though, just because my personal style tends to be a little bit more sketchy and angular and sharp. So I don't have too much trouble with, say, Rocky or Seraphine, but Mitzi is a bit of a challenge for me. Mordecai can be pretty difficult, too, because he requires a certain amount of precision, but I've gotten pretty good at figuring out, like, the barest, like, pixel by pixel, like, having to really narrow in on those details to make him feel more on model. Kind of jokingly refer to him as, like, oh, Mordecai he's like the little bitch of the project, basically, because, like, I can hear him in my head when I'm drawing him, like, criticizing my illustration of him, going, that's not my nose, those glasses are far too high, much too wide, you know, look at that cheek fur, that is incorrect. You can hear his voice in your ear just nattering at you, and you're like, God, jeez, fine, I'll do it right, fine. So yeah.
Mordecai is really difficult for me to draw.
He is.
So actually, like, the notes that you guys gave me, like, those were legitimately helpful. I think that I could draw him next time without trouble, actually.
Yeah, we have a whole... Hey, Tracy's back.
Hey, sorry about that. I had to go retrieve a feline.
I figured. I was like, it's something cat-related.
Yeah, it always is. But yeah, Mordecai is a pain in the ass by his very nature.
Yeah. So. Whenever I'm doodling any of the characters, if I'm animating the characters, I'm keeping them in my head. Like, I'm actually trying to, like, consider the acting, like, how they would move, like, their their way of like moving their hands, like how their elbows are in or out, or how far they point out, or how stiff do they walk, do they flow across the screen, or do they kind of bounce, you know, do they kind of just zip here to there, you know, how does that change depending on their mood, like how can you express their mood, so that they don't just read as like a one-dimensional caricature of themselves. So just trying to like figure out subtleties to like pack into like this tight amount of space that you got, and you make use of the animation to really tell visually like some small things about these characters and like what they're thinking or feeling that you're not going to get through dialogue alone. You know, that's what distinguishes it from, say, I guess even like comics is like we have time to work with to like show certain like how long it takes to make a motion or how snappy. And it's just really fun to work with. And not to say that comics is like inferior or anything, it just offers a different way of expressing those same things. But yeah, I'm sure it's been interesting to see these characters finally moving Tracy and kind of getting a sense of like what that movement pattern, how it differs from character to character. And it's been a big challenge in trying to ferry that along. You missed the question, but somebody had asked how difficult was for me to learn how to draw the characters.
Okay.
Yeah. So
yeah, I figured that's what you were discussing.
Yeah.
I apologize for just disappearing, but you guys were in the middle of a very,
cats.
A very adorable conversation about flags, and I didn't want to interrupt it. So,
Aww.
I didn't think I'd be away that long, but you know, cats. But yeah, no, it's been like obviously I have my own interpretation of how they move and such, but it's been fun watching the animators kind of take their own interpretations and apply them. Obviously they've received some guidance and stuff from us, and Fable gives copious notes about, you know, keeping characters on model and acting and things.
But when I hire actors on, like, I'm looking for their acting potential, and I go, like, that person feels like they would be good for this and that.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, some animators just took to some of the characters, like, amazingly well. Like, Robin just took to Mitzi so perfectly. Like, we didn't really need to say much of anything. It was
just like,
so
that's
good.
Just Mitzi. Yeah, it's just like, that's precisely it. I remember one of our animators who just, like, grokked Rocky really hard, so I gave him some of the subtler scenes, actually, I gave to him, and I really liked what I got out of those performances. So you kind of get a sense of the different folks, like, working on your team, and who they're interested in, and who do they feel like they have a connection to, and you try to get them shots that are going to engage them like that, because you're going to get better work out of it. You know, not every shot is like the most fun ever. There's always an interesting challenge in each one, but I like trying to pair people with whatever they're going to get more engaged with, or is a little less backbreaking if they need a break.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
but also that, like, if it's like comes naturally to them, like all their strengths really shine. Not that, like, it's good to have a challenge too that takes you outside of your
like
zone,
I mean, like, I'm the director, and I can say that, like, I'm not the ideal animator for Mitzi, and I've done a few shots with Misty, and it's difficult for me because she just doesn't move in a way. It's like there's some appeal to her movement that I try to work with, but she doesn't move. She's not like the kind of character that I personally get sunk into her head quite as readily.
She's not like a snappy, sharp character like Rocky. And she's the opposite of that, and so it's different. A different thing.
I like working with Zib because he's like, let's do the gravity challenge. How can I? It's like I really like trying to figure out how to make a character move in such a way that it feels like he's putting the bare minimum effort into each step, and he's just kind of letting gravity do most of the work. He's like, I have to get up and stand.
For my stupid fucking joke animation.
the cha-cha real smooth. At the funeral. Yeah, that was pretty good.
I wanted him to, like, kind of fall backwards while he was taking steps, like. Yeah.
That's really just
totally
his way of
sober.
walking. Is just he's falling, but he's just throwing his feet in front of him just in time. So he doesn't fall down.
Oh, like in you
that
just
hug
kind of
comic,
fall and then catch
it's like,
yourself.
You've upset the delicate balance of gravitational forces keeping me up.
Yeah. I love that fucked up triangle.
I love that dusty Dorito.
That jazz Dorito.
Jazz Dorito. That sounds fun.
I thought you said bitch ass Dorito.
Also that bitch ass jazz Dorito. I'm just gonna replace his character description with that.
Bitch ass Dorito.
Website.
He doesn't need any elaboration. Just
Yeah.
I just want a thing. It's like our next. After this, we just need to have like a music loop that's just it's just called Zibbeats Doritos. You're just standing there on like a cheesy background with like spinning 90s triangles and stuff, and he just goes.
yeah, the background is more animated than Zib is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like a Capri Sun commercial back there. Meanwhile, he just is munching a chip.
It's like, man, that reminds me of like the same energy as I was at like Disney World and they had a parade going on or some shit, and I got stuck like on the side. I couldn't get anywhere, so I just like sat down at a bench with my brothers, and we were like really tired and it was really hot outside. So we're sitting there kind of dead faced, and then I'm like in the background there's all this crazy music, and it's like, oh my god. So I took a video of my brother like eating a churro or something, looking like dead inside with all this Disney pop music in the background. That's what it should be.
That sounds like my mental image of you in general, though.
Yeah.
Should probably start chipping away at this backlog of questions. I'm
All
starting
right,
to.
go.
Yeah, and did we thank Alt Rendell for the super chat also, the
We did not.
$5? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Courage. Okay, so I don't understand the joke here, so I will say it at my own risk. Courage W says, "Can Ivy play the piano? If Ivy could play the piano, then she could play Freckles' Ivories all day, just messing around."
I mean,
I don't get
what
it
is
either.
Freckles' Ivories? His teeth?
That was my question.
She's punching him in the teeth repeatedly?
She can play his teeth like a xylophone.
I googled it, and tickling the ivories can be
Euphemism for other things than playing the piano, I guess?
No.
it's a euphemism for just plain
never.
tickling.
Oh, okay.
Which I don't understand, but anyways,
Yeah.
they did euphemisms badly back in the way.
Actually, I have said in the past that Ivy like took piano lessons as a kid, but wouldn't have had the patience for it. It was kind of just like the thing you do in like her just like social class kind of.
I'm gonna go find my list of characters and the instruments they play.
Cool. Yeah, but I don't think she really didn't have any like
She can
patience
play
or
a mean chopsticks.
genuine interest in it. It's
Yeah.
just like, parent signs you up for this or that thing. And it's like, you're gonna do this. And it's like, oh god.
Yep. Spaghetti and Animator says, "I have a question. So if there was a moment in time that the Cats Don't Dance crew and meet Lackadaisy crew, who would get along with who?"
I'd like to think
Very
I can't
specific.
remember his name, but I like to think the elephant would get along with Victor.
Yeah, probably.
I feel like they'd just sit and have some tea and just.
He'd get along with Ben. They could both.
I'm
just-
pretty sure the protagonist of Cats Don't Dance would not survive very long around Victor.
I don't think he'd survive very long
mean-
around Rocky either.
Nobody survived very long
No, what was the
around
name
Victor.
of the bodyguard character? Max, I think.
Yeah.
A
that guy.
mouse.
I mean, they survived that, so.
Yeah.
I must confess, I don't think I've ever seen this movie, but I still have to.
What?
Oh no.
Oh no. Okay, you gotta
We're
get
gonna have to make you watch
exposed.
it. Yeah.
Time to kick me out.
Nah.
You're not in the club anymore.
I think I watched All Dogs Go to Heaven like a few weeks ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite
I think
movies
I
as
fell
a kid.
asleep, not because it was
Yeah.
bad, but because I was super tired.
Did you know Fable organized a reanimate a map of that.
I had no idea.
Yeah, I did.
You should look it
Yeah,
up.
that was fun.
It's awesome.
Look up All Dogs Reanimated. You'll find it.
I will in a little bit.
But yeah, Cast Don't Dance
After
is
this.
one of those, like, I think it came out in the late 90s. Was it 98 or 99?
90s, yeah.
And kind of went unnoticed because it didn't have a marketing like engine behind it. that the
Yeah,
Disney
Warner
movie
really
has, but-
didn't put a lot of money into that division.
Yeah, like I didn't even know about it until it came out on DVD, and we saw it at like the video rental store that my family used to go to.
I actually saw that film in theaters, and Max terrified me because, like, that,
Really?
but on a big screen, and you're young. Think about it.
Mhm.
It's like, ah! And, like, the
Yeah.
theater got really loud and deep because he was like, and his big,
yeah, that used to
Yeah.
scare me.
his, like, big, creepy teeth thing, where, like, his mouth just splits open, and he's, for some reason, the size of a warehouse.
Yeah, it's got
Yeah.
lots of teeth.
Yeah.
Like the first few times I watched, I was like, "Is he supposed to be a gorilla? Is this some kind of like Max von Stroheim joke? I don't know what this is. Is he a person who's just shaped like a gorilla? I don't know."
Yes.
I guess. Yeah.
He's more
I guess
Kong
human.
than King Kong in the movie.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, it just kind of like went unnoticed, so it's just become a cult favorite. It's like an animator. It's like there's like
It's an animator's movie.
an animator's animation. Like it's very very playful in the way it treats the characters. They're very squash and stretchy, and way more than like the more like I don't know how to put it, like the conservative approach that like Disney films tend to have to
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're a little more
kind of
soft.
restraint.
It's snappy, kind of like Looney Tunes, but with like a little more polish.
Yeah,
I
it doesn't
really
go-
wish they had
doesn't
made
go,
more
like-
films like that. I think that would have been
It
like
doesn't
their
go full
look.
Tex Avery or anything,
Yeah.
but it's much more squishy and flexible and fun to look at than your average Disney movie, where they're like this princess shape and it just stays that shape and it never does anything that interesting, breaks the mold or anything like that, or model. But it's also got some great music in it, and Lauren Faust, I think, was was that one of her first, or I don't know if it was, but
Oh, she was in that project?
she did a lot of the animation. Was she animation lead on Sawyer?
Yeah, I think she mentioned something like that.
Yeah, she of course went on to pitch, and I think she showrun the first few seasons of MLP.
Yeah. I think it
Magic.
was like season 1, maybe season 2. I forget, but I know she was gone by season 3. So
Yeah, she didn't
Yeah.
stay on there, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Next
And it takes place in like
Holy shit, someone down the road has a goat.
What?
As one
This is a
does.
suburb.
You don't have a goat? Come on.
There's a
I
goat in my
wish.
neighborhood.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just got caught me off guard.
There's also geese. I have chickens.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the people in their neighborhood talk about your aviary more than anything, Fable.
Oh, I don't think I really stand out that much. This is
LA's
LA.
got a
People got a
lot
lot of
of, like,
parrots.
yeah,
There's
people got
wild
a lot-
birds.
a lot of
Yeah.
like there's got to be people with like exotic animals and stuff out
Oh
there that-
boy, are there.
yeah. Vanity animal ownership.
But also, like, just
Yeah.
there's like animal trainers who work in the biz. So,
that too, yeah. But,
High Inquisitor Sebast asks, who or what was the inspiration for Seraphine, the bar-slinging femme fatale?
Ooh.
a number of things. Partly Josephine Baker, partly Marie Laveau, partly Gladys Bentley. Kind of a amalgam of things. And then like a cat I had when I was a kid. That was
And the cat.
yeah, she was a terror. So yeah.
James Bolton says, question, you think there'd be dog people in another country, or is it just the world of cats?
It's just cats because it's not literally cats. It's cats as stand-ins because, for the purpose of adding levity to otherwise dark subject matter and for giving the characters extra appendages for expression and also playing up the puns a little bit, like jazz cats and alley cats and fat cats and that sort of thing.
Yeah, there's some intrigue there. I really like it.
But I think as soon as you start introducing other species, it becomes a bit more distracting. It's really not supposed to draw that much attention to itself, the feline thing. I mean, aside from just visual playfulness. But when you start doing other animals, it's like, well, what's the metaphor for this character relationship to this? And what's the metaphor for this? And you just kind of or you start looking for well, are all it's split up by nationality or something like Mouse did, or treat it like ethnicity, like Black Sad does, or something like that. And you start veering down a different thing than what Lackadaisy is intended to be. And so I didn't
make
do
it
that.
more about
that,
that.
or you end up with
Yeah.
or you end up with some kind of bio fantasy thing, or speculative thing where it's it's about them being the animal. It's really not that either. So it's just all cats because it's just kind of a visual pun metaphor.
Oh shit, that reminds me. I think I left my mouse comics at this house. I'm gonna go find those.
Chat saying it's because you drew Human Rocky unfairly hot, so you had to make it cat.
Yeah, he's not supposed to be hot. He's supposed to be a gremlin.
Tracy,
but
stop making your characters attractive, damn it.
Listen, Mordecai, we need to have a conversation.
Yeah, you've already turned Kumi's girlfriend into a furry.
Uh-oh.
Listen.
Oops.
And probably Tumi too, based on the previous conversation.
Oh, wow.
Apparently, listen. Mordecai, that's all I gotta say. And what you shared latest, Mordecai.
I'm Patreon.
Yeah.
Go to patreon.com/Lackadaisy to see what.
Yes. Even $1. Listen, it's totally worth it because
$1.
if I could put him on my wall, I would. Next to the other one I have. Never mind, I'm gonna stop thirsting on Maine.
Oh.
Okay. Going to say, to the topic of the cats, in my literary classes, we would always look at stuff and be like, oh, what is the meaning behind this? What's the meaning behind that? And it was an early morning class and I was so tired and I looked at the professor, I'm like, what if he just wanted to describe the sky as blue? It can be as simple as that's not the point. That's not what you should focus on. There are other things you could focus on if you want to look for meaning, but I don't know. The whole cats, I think, is just the vehicle to deliver the contents of the story you want to give.
I mean, it's just one way of. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that animals have been anthropomorphized to tell stories, from Aesop's fables and other things. And I didn't want to boil it down to this character is cunning, so it's a fox or something like that. It's it's fundamentally a story about just people, often duplicitous people who show one face and actually are another way. But it's just I've probably rambled on enough about it. So
No, you're good.
I finished my what's it called? Warm up. It's something that I told you that I would do a long time ago, and I finally decided to get to it. I'm still deciding how they're going to be, but basically that's the idea.
Oh, that looks cute. That's really nice.
I still have to figure out how their faces
Aw.
are going to work because it has to, like, they have to be iced on. Like, they're supposed to be icy, so they can't have volume.
Yeah.
Kare's
Oh,
working on a
God.
cookie version of the characters, and I'm very
Oh,
trying. Yeah.
God.
Yeah, if you didn't know, Cookie Run features Victor's voice actor pretty
Oh
prominently.
yeah, it's
actually.
amazing.
What's he, Cookie Night? Like, which character is he?
He's
Yeah, it's like
Tea
T-Night. Yeah.
Night.
T-Night, that's right.
Yeah, I actually was thinking already of the main ingredients because they have to be named after cookies. So I was thinking Rocky would be maple cookie. Freckle could be, I know we had thought about ginger snap cookie, but there's already a ginger cookie, which is like the main one, which is ginger bread.
Orange.
You can't use ginger. I was thinking of oatmeal cookie.
No, orange cream cookie.
Orange cream cookie could also work.
Yeah, those are a type of cookie.
Yeah, I was thinking like for they can also be inedible things like there's a muscle cookie. So I was also thinking for Rocky maybe dynamite cookie, but I think maple cookie is good enough for him.
Fire
I
cookie.
think
It's just on fire.
fire cookie.
It's just a solid chunk of carbon.
it constantly turns everything around him to fire. It just I think for Mordecai still like matzo cookie is still perfectly fine.
It's just not a cookie. It's just matzah.
Yeah. And for Ivy, there's already hot chocolate cookie, so I would need to think of a different one for her.
Lemonade.
Lemonade cookie. It needs to be something
Lemon
that she
shortbread.
likes. Lemon
Yep.
shortbread cookie.
Because
Aw.
she has like yellows in her clothes, or at
And
least
she's
that's
short.
what I.
Aww.
Oh, lemon shortbread cookie. Yeah, I'm gonna change it to that before I forget. Yeah, because the game has gotten more popular as of late, and a lot of people have been making like characters from other projects as cookies. I was like, I need to make these cats cookies. I just have to. So I just grabbed a bit of time and decided to do it as my warm up every day. To see if I can finish it. Lemon shortcake cookie. There we go.
What's Victor?
It's very hard to pronounce. Medon. What was it, Fable?
It's a
Medon-
kind of Slovakian cookie.
Slovakian cookie.
Okay, it's a Slovakian cookie. This is a name. I don't know how to pronounce it. If anybody knows how to.
Medovniki.
Medov. Yeah.
Cookie. Yeah, he's a very decorated cookie. I'm gonna put like different types of decorations, mostly on his pants, which would be just icing. And if I
it's
can,
not, like,
I would.
Very fancy icing details on it. So. Sorry, go ahead, Kari. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. I was just thinking that if I can, I want to like rig them very lightly in After Effects and make them move like the actual, like cinematics that they have in the game would be cute.
Aw. That would be cute, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just liking how they're turning out. I'm figuring out Rocky's mouth because he can't have any filler in it. It just has to be like one icing shape. So there's a lot of things to figure out with these.
I'm here for this, and
An
I
interesting
want
challenge.
to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really fun, and since they're not complicated to like do, I think it's good for just my warm-ups every day. Because I was starting to get too strange starting out specifically with work.
Yeah.
I know that Kaz did cookie versions of some of the characters for my banner. I'm trying to see if Kaz ever sent that to me. I don't think he did. No.
Sorry about the
But he did
gremlin
some
noises. That's my roommate's dog is whining next to me. No, I will not give you
How dare you
things.
have animals, Fable?
Little gremlin boy. Hello, goblin. Oh, yes.
Can't find my comics.
All the pet noises are always welcome. It's part of what Lackadaisy is, basically.
We're surrounded by animals. Why are they cats? Because cats are fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically.
Basically.
Yeah.
Because gremlin energy.
Zane Labrador asks, is the animated version of Lackadaisy in the form of a show or a movie?
Yes.
Short film.
It's a you could interpret it as a pilot, but it's a standalone film, essentially. So.
Jake Dobler asks, are there humans in Lackadaisy?
I mean, they are humans, but they're not. They're cats. They look like cats, but they're people. But they're cats.
They're people cats.
Yeah,
Ooh.
with hats and spats and cats.
The cats.
Courage says, final question before I have to leave. How old is Freckle? Is he a teen or in his early 20s?
He's a teenager. Technically an adult, but I mean...
He's my age.
Yeah,
Young adult.
He's fresh out of high school and fresh out of failing his way out of the police academy.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah, it's for the better, really.
Yeah.
Although he probably could also do better than gangster, but
One would hope, but you know.
Yeah. Someone asks, are there lions, tigers, and other big cats in Lackadaisy? If they exist here, who are they?
They're not, in as much as they're also not, like, literally cats, they're not, like, specific breeds or species of cat either. Like, some of them have tiger-like or bobcat-like or lion-like features, but they're not, like, a lion or a tiger or, things like that. So it's just, like, I'll take some influence from, like Zib has some, like, caracal, features worked into his design, but he's not a caracal. He's also got, like, a, striped alley cat sort of tail going on and everything. So
I do look at like looking at Big Floppa though and going, Zib.
Yeah, the floppy ears are irresistible.
Big Floppa. He just looks so soft. You could definitely put a joint in Big Floppa's lips and be like, yeah, that's Zib. Just Photoshop it right in. Put a little hat on him. He's quite a bit chunkier though than Zib is. I think that cat eats well.
Yeah. It's also pretty cranky though. It's like a lot of hissing and
Caracals are kind of like
moody.
that.
Yeah, they're really not pets, but
No.
that one is.
Cannot recommend.
Man, I think my family threw away my mouse comics for some reason.
Oh no.
Damn.
I mean, I didn't buy them, so I'm not too torn. I could just get my own.
Yeah, mouse is pretty easy to find.
Yeah, well, the schools have attempted to ban it in some states, but that just probably made the sales go up, honestly.
Yeah,
So.
let's maybe not talk about that one. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Sticky
They're
Sauce.
interesting. And they're missing.
Sticky Sauce says, I know it was a joke comic once, but has there ever been any kind of supernatural stuff in the Lackeyverse, or is it remaining quite grounded, despite cats?
I'd say it's mostly grounded, but there's some magic realism worked into it, like with the Seraphines, voodoo and some other stuff that goes on. But yeah, it's mostly grounded. It's stuff where like you could certainly interpret it to be just mundane, but a bit weird, or not entirely literal or whatever. But yeah, it's not like it's not gonna break out in some kind of like Lovecraftian thing. Even though I do joke about that sometimes.
Rocky himself is a Lovecraftian horror.
That's true. That's true. And there's some weird stuff going on in that cave. I think I don't know. There is a follow-up comic to the limestone comic that I've been wanting to draw.
God.
That's got a little bit of supernatural spice to it, maybe. But just
sounds very interesting, and now I need to know what the hell that is.
Just for the silly fun of it. Maybe someday I'll draw it, but it'll have to be probably very slapdash because I just don't have time for anything right now.
Time to teach a lesson about not drinking cave juice.
Yeah. Don't lick the walls, friends. I don't know what that slime is, but probably should not eat it.
Arsenic will feel like it'll get you drunk, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, so will antifreeze, but it's because you're dying.
God damn it.
Moving on. Jig
Sorry, I didn't
Gilbert.
mean to just entirely kill the moon there. I was trying to be flippant, but it's true.
Oh no, that's it's entirely
pretty
in character
funny.
for you and for this comic. So
I was sitting here like, oh, what can I make that'll kill us? You just got antifreeze. I'm like, never mind.
Yeah, never mind that sweet flavor. It's don't drink that. Don't let your pets drink it either.
Oh no.
Dobler asks, what happened to Miss M's husband?
He done died.
He is no longer paying taxes anymore.
He is unalive.
Wait, I thought we
Wait, he
established
became a
that ghosts still pay taxes.
Yeah, but those
Yeah.
are ghost taxes.
And
Yeah,
also,
it's because he's not dead.
he's a
He's-
bootlegger. That the whole thing is that they don't.
Don't you
pay
know?
taxes.
Invest in
That's
Ghost
why-
Coin early, guys. You think you two
Ghost
could
Coin.
be ahead of the curve?
I mean, hold on though. You have to finish that follow-up, Katie.
What?
And that's what happened. The follow-up to Chacha funeral. That's what you have to do. That's what happened to Alice.
Oh, I did make a follow-up. I was going somewhere with it, but I didn't actually write down notes for what I wanted it to do, so it just ended up being nothing.
One of our animators did a drawing that just like continually makes me laugh of him as like bad taxidermy. And they just, like,
Oh my
sit him
god,
at
that picture.
the- sit him
That's
at
the reason
bar.
that I did the second one. That's what the fucking... It was Weekend at Bernie's. Shit.
Oh yeah.
How could I forget?
Yeah, things might have been easier if they could have just pretended he was still alive, but
Nah. Eventually,
Whoa.
the smell will alert
I mean,
someone.
yeah, embalming can only stave off the decomposition process for so long.
There's always the Lenin approach.
Yeah, that takes like a lot of effort,
Just leave it to Rocky.
and it doesn't look
What could go
very
wrong?
good from like what I've heard these days. Like there's a whole lot of like patchwork and makeup and
Yeah.
Looking a little green these days.
yeah.
Lorenzo asks, did Atlas work with any Italian or Sicilian gangsters before his death?
He certainly came up against some Sicilian gangsters, and they had a bit of a tiff. That's how he ended up kind of allied with Marigold for a time. But I mean, yeah, there certainly were like gangsters of Italian and Sicilian lineage who no doubt worked for him. It's not something I'd like focus anything on, like story-wise. I feel like Italian-based like mob stories are numerous and multitudinous, and while I very much enjoy them, like there were a lot of other types of people involved in bootlegging alcohol and during Prohibition too, so I didn't want to like make it all about the Italians or something. So.
I really like the variety that you have.
Yeah. But funny enough, we've been watching because I need to have background noise usually, and we've been watching Peaky Blinders. I actually bought a Fable the other day. We got to like season 2, and they introduced like the Jewish mafia, and I was sitting here and I was like, they're calling themselves bakers. I'm here for this. They're like, we're bakers. We deal with bread. Get it? like rolling barrels of liquor down behind him. Understand?
Liquid bread. Fermented liquid bread.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, when you add too much water to the mixture, oh, and then you forget about it in the corner, oh, my watered down bread, no. Well, I guess I better put it outside now and leave it there alone while I count this fat stack of cash that I got somehow from someone or somewhere. Don't ask about it.
Yeah, I'm just selling bread.
They said they could do something with this terrible swill I have made. Maybe feed it to the pigs. I don't know. I don't ask questions. I'm a simple baker.
Yep. Yes, actually, that's legit a line. I'm just a simple baker. You know.
Unassuming. Just
doing
my job.
The head of that mafia is actually the guy that plays Eddie over in Venom. I forgot his name right now. I don't know his name, but he does a really good. Tom Hardy.
Oh, that guy.
Oh, yeah. He does a really good job.
Nice. Is that where he became known through? Tom Hardy?
I don't know.
I don't think the show goes back that far. Like, he must have been in Batman and stuff before that. So
Tom Hardy?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, he was in the third one.
Yep.
As a guy, nobody could understand.
Yeah, he had a mask over his face, so.
Right. Forgot about that.
Yeah.
We know him from Venom. He showed up on the screen and I paused and I was like, Boo, it's Eddie. He's like, nah, that's not Eddie. Look at how he looks. And I'm like, he just has a beard on. That's besides the point. It's Eddie. And I had to Google it. It was bothering me. Sorry, off topic.
No, that's quite all right.
Next question. Jake Delver asks, why does Ivy love Freckle?
She likes the quiet ones. You might say, because they're harboring secrets that she's just deeply interested in prying out of them. She finds him cute. He has a C name. I don't know why that's a thing with her.
I had a friend who kept dating people with J names. It was pretty funny.
There are a lot of J names, that's for sure, but yeah. And I think also she just wants reasons to be involved and there, so she looks for, ways to
insert herself. Yeah.
Insert herself and bring other people on too. Yeah. She there's a certain like glamorous, mysterious, dangerous aspect to the whole speakeasy scene that she's drawn to, and so she's into it. It kind of sets her apart from her friends and things, that she's like gangster princess, so she leans into it.
Crime princess.
But naturally it's probably not a great idea.
No.
The end of the backlog is starting to load up with pretty serious animation questions, so let's get
all right, give me. I'm sitting here animating cups.
Bring it on.
There's a few silly ones to get through first, but first one is, who is the best asexual villain, Voldemort or Mordecai?
Is Voldemort even asexual? I don't think he has an established anything.
Don't know.
I have no idea.
I've never thought about it.
I'm gonna say Mordecai.
I wouldn't necessarily characterize Mordecai as a villain. He functions as an antagonist sometimes, but villain.
I mean, all the characters. If you're
honestly, all of them kind of share.
They're all kind of questionable morality.
I'm just gonna say the question contains the words Mordecai and better. The answer is yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's how I understood it.
Yeah.
That's generous of you.
Mustachio Man 111 says, "Happy Friday, ladies and gents. Since you're basing this off the 1920s, what's your favorite thing about the era? That I don't live in it."
Yeah.
Yeah. The more you read about it, the more you're like, wow, that sucked. No antibiotics, eh?
The art of the time was pretty cool, though.
Oh yeah, the art
Yeah.
was gorgeous.
Yeah.
I do like the fashion, but I wouldn't have wanted to go through the trouble of wearing it necessarily. Like I don't want to wear dresses every day, or
As you, I'd love to get
hats,
in a
or
suit.
have to like
Yeah.
finger wave my hair or anything. Or God, that takes effort. I just want to be in my pajamas.
What do you mean? There's no
there was
fashionable
really-
potato sacks.
I mean, there definitely. Oh, people did actually make, especially during the Depression, really make clothing out of flour sacks. It was not uncommon because it was like a big swath of fabric, so naturally.
Yeah,
like,
I recall
yeah.
there was a thing where there was like a flour company that put nice prints on their flour sacks, and they sold like hotcakes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like you buy a sack of flour and then make use of the packaging. It was very resourceful. People in the Depression were amazingly resourceful. My grandmother grew up in that era, and she was like the most frugal, resourceful person I ever knew, to the point of being like, "Grandma, just buy something." But yeah, it was. You have to like save every little thing. But yeah, it was obviously a devastating thing to have to live through, but also just made for some really inventive like ways of using materials that we could probably take some lessons from at this point. Like, I don't know, maybe we should go back to like fabric packaging for some things and stop making everything plastic.
I got some coffee bean sacks behind me. I'm sure one of them should make a good shirt and pants. Just not sure how quickly the cops will get called on me when I step outside, though.
Yeah. And of course you have to know how to sew though too, which is also tricky. But
I just have a nice pair of scissors.
Yeah.
I mean,
like,
I just cut the holes out where my limbs come out of. It's fine. And then you put a rope for a belt. You gold. You got shirt, you got pants, you're good.
Yeah. True.
Trash Can asks, "Have you heard of Twisted?"
Twisted?
Twister is a very fun game.
It's also a movie about tornadoes that
I love it.
Twister,
very
yeah.
popular.
I've heard the name, but I forget what it is.
Twisted?
I think it might be Twisted Wonderland from Disney, the anime one with where all the ones are hot boys. Is it that one?
What?
It's where I.
Huh?
When
did that happen?
It's really interesting.
Okay.
I feel like I should know what's being referred to, but I don't.
No.
I'm not sure I know of anything else that's.
Yeah, you might have to specify what twisted thing you're talking about.
AZ Sketches says, "What's the recipe to the infamous Rickaby special? We must know."
The space coffee, you mean, or to just pancakes? I mean, they're just pancakes.
Find out the secret Rocky recipes in Toomey's upcoming cookbook.
Oh,
yeah.
I have. They're probably not what they're referring to, but that's
No,
what
but
okay.
I am looking forward to that being finished. That's gonna be
yes,
amazing.
very much. Yeah.
I am working very, very hard. I gotta deal with setbacks and things in the kitchen.
Well, you know, you've got a job
Yeah.
and a life and other things, so no pressure.
I-
But we are excited about it.
I actually am in talks with somebody because I need to expand my bar really, really badly.
Oh.
I have to build a bigger place to put all the bottles and things.
Oh, no.
Because I'm going to run out of room. And I've got 2 bottles coming in tomorrow that I have to sign for.
Like getting involved with gangster cats causes just all
My
trouble.
cabinets, no. There's cats in my cabinets.
you know, Tracy, you're going to be responsible for the destruction of Boo's liver.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Boo.
Boo's not responsible. Only other people
Oh,
are.
yeah.
It's just getting injected directly without consent. Yep.
Listen,
Oh,
I made
delicious
one
drinks,
mistake
no.
where I killed her.
Once.
And then I proceeded to not do that again. She'll be fine.
She got better.
She She woke up the next morning. It's just word of advice for everybody out there: do not take 6 shots in half an hour and topped off with moonshine. Don't do that.
No.
Don't do that.
Top off. Wow. I hope she slept well.
She did. She had very lucid dreams, but when I woke up, she was not next to me.
Oh.
She was sleeping in the bathroom. We don't know how she got there.
That sounds like a really fun night, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that was when I was experimenting for pig farmers. Oh, she's looking at me. I'm gonna go hide.
Alright, so there was more animation questions?
Yes, actually, the next one is an animation question. Pensulowin asks, what you guys doing is so amazing. How did you break into the animation industry?
Let's see. I went to school at USC, and when I got out in 2010, there was a terrible recession, and I got into a really crappy job at a really crappy company and had a really crappy time. And then I left, and I was like, that can't break me, and I kept going. And that's how I got into the animation industry. I have been a storyboard artist, designer, and animator for many years. Most of the time, the shows that I worked on, I was a board artist. I've also frequently been a board revisionist. I have animated on a few things. I was an animator on Midnight Gospel, for instance. And yeah, just a lot of that. So how did I break in? I am very stubborn, and despite the fact that everything, that the world was crumbling around me, I said, I'm gonna keep shooting for it. So, it still hasn't stopped kicking me in the teeth, but god damn it, I've made cartoons. Yeah.
You make people smile.
Aw, that's very sweet.
No,
And
it's true. It's like cartoons are a way of escape, and they make audiences smile and laugh, and they're just like live action. You'll get on the edge of your seat, and you'll kind of be like, oh, but with cartoons, you can kind of relax and enjoy it, which I think is a lot better than live action. But that's just me thing. I'll shut up now.
I'm glad you like it. I mean, it's a goal of mine to make this short just a good time, if nothing else. It's like, did you have a good time? Were you entertained? Okay, cool.
I think, I don't know, just to pontificate for a moment, storytelling in general is just a way of, like, taking life and distilling it down into something, simpler but true. It's like life is so messy and often ugly and, nonsensical, and absurd and everything that, like, it helps to take it and just kind of boil it down to a finer point so that you can process, like, your own life. Not just escape, I mean, but there's that too, but, you know, and whether it's, like, poignant or dramatic or funny or whatever, it's like, I think it's just, like, yeah, just, reflecting, kind of a narrow beam back at an audience about something true about existing. And in that way, I think it's important. It's also, you know, important in some grand schemes of things, but, like, it's not like Doctors Without Borders or something, but it's, you know, I think it's...
I mean, I'd like to think that my cartoons could save somebody's life, but it's probably not going to be in the way that it, you know, gets their heart starting to beat again.
I mean, I don't, like,
Yeah.
without meaning to brag at all, like, I've had people tell me that it got them through, helped get them through difficult times, or just helped things be easier, or gave them something to laugh at, and that means the world to me, because it's like, you know, all the time you spend as an artist being like, oh, I'm so useless, I'm such a hack, like, what am I doing with my life? It's like, then somebody says something like that to you, you're like, oh, it's very humbling. So, but I do think art is important in that way, however dismissive of it we often are, even as artists ourselves.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. I've said enough. I've rambled quite enough.
can move on to the next
Also,
question.
I think I am lagging, so let me see if I can fix my internet in the meantime.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Specific animation question. Next, merely another animator says, okay, so I animated my cat characters with a split lip like actual cats. I noticed you don't. Is there a reason for that other than just style choice?
It's mostly just style choice, and I feel like their expressions come across a little more human without the split lip. And they look a little more animal, and I just was just trying to like find the right balance between like how catty are they and how human are their expressions, and
it's just kind of a stylistic thing that separates them from other anthropomorphic cat characters, I suppose.
Yeah. I didn't want them to look like, I didn't want them to ever look like, Andrew Lloyd Webber's cats or something like that. Like they have a little bit in common with that, obviously, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like it just softens them just a little bit to not have that. It's like slightly implied. Like you can see sometimes they kind of like they have like a slight peak at their upper lips sometimes with some expressions, especially like Ivy. She does that little like.
Ivy's got knife cat energy.
Yeah. But yeah, by and large, especially because some of them wear lipstick and stuff, it just doesn't really work.
Funny enough, I'm staring at my Seraphine right now because I didn't know cats had split lips. I don't know why my brain just never processed that.
Yeah, just kind of left it out.
Welcome to details artists notice more than normal people.
My Seraphine's so annoyed because I'm waking her by petting her. Like, bro, she does. Look at that. It's a split lip. I didn't know that, bro.
It's like sometimes you can convey it without directly drawing it too. Like Victor's frown frequently has like a peak at the apex of it and things like that. And it's like, I don't know. Sometimes the thing comes across almost better without actually explicitly drawing it there. Like you'll notice like anime and stuff, like they don't always draw the entire outline of the eye. Like it'll just, I don't know, just a stylistic choice. If you boil it down. There's certainly no like like right or wrong way to do it.
No.
Jake Dobler asks, does Miss M have a love interest now or still depressed?
Not mutually exclusive things. I mean,
yeah.
Have you ever been depressed and dating?
Yeah. What fun.
Yeah.
No, she's definitely very hung up on her deceased husband still. She's cavorting with Wick, but she certainly likes him, but she's also an
opportunist.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's trying to run a business here, and she's got people to pay. And she's doing it because in a sort of like weird devotion to her husband or the love of her husband or a time in her life when she felt things were right, and so it's almost like an act of love in a way, even though it's profoundly demented. But but it's and it involves, of course, like hurting other people. So destructive behavior.
I mean,
I need to step away for a couple minutes. Need to call a relative.
Okay.
I just posted the question Google Docs and streaming chat.
Okay.
Please you can crack it open, go to the end. Everything that is under today's date are questions from today.
Okay.
In order of when they were asked.
Okay.
There's some big animation questions. Just delete them when you answer them.
Thank you, Knox.
I will be back in maybe I'm not sure how long I'll be gone.
Okay.
Between 5
Take whatever time you need.
20, depending on what happens. Okay. Be right back.
Okay.
Oh, that's a curious question.
Oh, what I want to say.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
No, go for it, Karen.
Oh, sorry, it keeps cutting out. What I want to say about what you were saying, Tracy, was for the people and for your answer about like touching people's lives and helping them at difficult times. That was Lackadaisy for me when I started. I always like looked at your comics. I was like, gonna be that good. How does she like paint this beautifully? Why are the textures so good? How does she do like the backgrounds that amazingly? And the fact that you always like took your time and answered questions and like made tutorials and like were kind to your watchers. I was like, if someone like that exists in this industry, maybe there is a way for me to get in it, because it wasn't as closed off as I like. You made it not feel as closed off as I originally thought it was. Which the fact that the Lackadaisy was the first project that I ended up getting into was definitely like a sign of, I don't know what holy thing, that I was just like, oh my god, I can't believe I got into this project as my first project.
Oh, well, I'm really touched to hear that, and you certainly have like earned your place. Like, absolutely, and I hope you have lots of other projects in your future that you get to enjoy working on, because it should certainly not be closed off to you or anybody who works. It puts in the work and does the learning and everything that it requires to get to that place, but or is even just willing to sometimes the willingness to just put yourself out there is the difference. But I've similarly found that it's not as closed off as I thought. Like sometimes just putting it out there that you want to do something attracts people who are like eager to do the same thing that you are. Like I kind of just reached out to Fable and was like, do you want to try this thing? And it was just kind of a shot in the dark. Like I certainly did not think it would lead here, but then we found Fable was interested, and then we found that Spike was interested, and then we it turned into a whole thing, and we had like lots of people applying when we put out the word that we were doing this, and it was just like kind of mind-blowing that it is just like this open available thing you can do. It's not easy. I certainly don't mean to say that, but and you probably shouldn't like dive in head first without taking a close look at what you're getting into. But that means a lot to hear that, Kari. Thank you. That's really that's really sweet, and we're happy to have you around.
To anyone that I thank you. It means a lot to me too, and I sure try to give the best for the project. Also, for anyone that has ever I think I saw this comment like a while ago. Somebody asked me this a while ago, like, how do you get in? They told me. I was like, even for Lackadaisy, I tried another when I got in, that was my third try. But I just kept insisting because I was like, okay, there's something I didn't do right. I'm going to go back and make more animations and try again. And then when I played for Cleanup the first time, I was like, okay, I need to better my reel. I'm going to try again. And then by the third time that I had really taken my time to okay, make sure that the shots look interesting, that I put this and this forward, do comparison shots just in case, because I looked at other people's reels. It's like, okay, they do this. I even looked at reels of some of the people that got in because they were announcing, and I was like, okay, what did this person do to get in? What was their reel like? And you just go and study others, and you study pros that are in the industry, and that's how I managed to get in. I didn't even think that I would get the chance to animate. I was more than happy to get in and just do cleanup, but the fact that I could animate a couple of shots was just amazing to me.
It was helpful for us too. It was like, oh, thank God, somebody to pick up this shot. We need somebody desperately. Yeah,
it was like for you guys. You were like, do you want to pick up a shot? I was like, absolutely, yes, please. I would love to pick up a shot, and it was just great. So I would just say, persevere. Keep trying. It takes time, but you will get in. I think somebody from Disney also did that. Told they applied once and they showed their rejection card the first time, and a year later they tried again and they got in. It's basically the same thing. Keep trying. You're gonna get in.
That is an extremely common story. Yeah, I know Tonico Pantoja has done videos even about things he got rejected from and what he learned from it and how it made him a better artist in general. And sometimes in some cases he was thankful he ultimately got rejected from something because it led to him doing something else that he really enjoyed doing, or or whatever. It's I mean, that's how you gain experience. is by stumbling and failing, but also like just making the conscientious decision to just learn from that. So that was very smart of you to look at what other people had submitted that, had their reels accepted, and because it's hard to go in just without knowing what someone's looking for when they're asking for submissions. Like, your demo reel, your animation reel, and it's like, okay, but what does that mean? Especially if you haven't been to school, or even if you have been to school, and sometimes like if your reel's just full of assignments, it sometimes shows, and so you've got to put some personal stuff in there so that to set it apart.
Yeah, if somebody applied and it was like they basically had the flour sack homework, they had the bouncing ball demo, they had the moving the box thing, and that was about it. I was like, oh no.
Yeah. Because it's like it also tells you,
you've only
like,
ever done homework assignments, and that's all the animation you care to show me. That's
right.
It's not that stuff is like a mark against you, but like I would hope that you're animating outside of school if you intend to do this as a job, because school assignments alone are not going to teach you everything. Like a lot of it is like what you learn by doing it, and like outside of like a specific assignment to motivate you. So yeah,
absolutely.
This is just reminding me I need to do more animation projects. Also, hi, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
I'm back too.
Welcome back, everybody.
I have a weird off-topic question for Tracy.
Sure. What's up?
The Arbogast, the farm they live on, do they actually work the land?
They used to. Their family used to work it. They just parcel it out at this point to other farmers, because they're busy with they've got a ministry, Abelard does, and they've got a funeral home to run, so they don't have enough hands physically to do anything with the, with the land.
But that area is also Apple. Fun fact, I didn't know Defiance was an actual place, and I'm typing up stuff, and I Googled it, and I was like, oh wow, look at Tracy.
Yeah.
This is an actual place.
Yep.
I don't know why I thought it wasn't, but
it's actually it's not far from here, and it's just all farmland and very pretty and pastoral, and I used to go out driving out there a lot, and that's where I did a lot of like the story. Like a lot of the writing you do is like in your head at first before you ever put it down. You're just like thinking and thinking and thinking. And so I would like go driving out there and just like long drives down country roads and just think about the story. And so a lot of the conjuring I did was out there, so I just kind of put it in the story.
I do the same thing, but then I have to try to fact check with the comic and whatnot before I start typing anything. Apple country close enough? Maybe?
Apples. There's some orchards out there, but it's actually more wine country at this point. Like there's a lot of Missouri wines are actually competitive with like Napa Valley wines and stuff.
Nice.
Missouri produces a lot of wine. It's just like the right temperature for certain types of like
grapes,
like Chardonnays and Vidal Blancs and certain sweet wines and things like that are very popularly produced out here. There's tons of wineries out there. It's very pretty and it's hilly in ways that like most of Missouri is not. Like you go out to the Ozarks and you can get some mountains, and you go out to other parts of Missouri and it's pretty damn flat. But if you go out to like Defiance, it's just rolling hills, and that's also like I guess because of the way hillsides get sunlight, that's like ideal for grape growth. So yeah, lots of vineyards out there.
Fun.
And wineries and
Thank you.
No problem. You may be disappointed to know that we did not get to any of the questions on your list, Knox. We got a little sidetracked.
I noticed.
Sorry, that was my fault.
No, it's totally fine. But yeah, we should probably start getting to some of those questions.
Okay, 1 second. Pencilwin asks, have any of you worked at an animation company before, or has it all been freelance work?
I mean, freelance does also mean that you can be working at animation companies. Like a lot of
studios,
they will contract out stuff. or they just don't want to bring on people full time because
Right.
hey, labor abuse.
So that's a thing. That's,
But yeah.
yes, labor abuse is a very like all across the board, especially with artists. Game companies and animation studios and things will hire you on as a contract worker. So you'll go work in the studio, but you are not officially an employee, because then they can just let you go at a whim. They don't have to pay you, like they don't have to pay for benefits for you, like health insurance or 401k or anything.
Yeah. So freelance alone does not mean that you're not working at a company. Believe me.
Right.
But yes, I have worked full time in studios. I've worked freelance at studios. I have worked. I have held a number of types of employment. So yeah. I have worked in studios before.
I worked in a studio for many years in games as a animator / concept artist / art director. A million other things I did, but yeah, it was all in studio stuff. And I know a number of our other animators have worked on a variety of projects, both in studio. Like a lot of them came from like Titmouse or have worked at Titmouse or like other places that I probably shouldn't name because I don't want to get anybody in trouble. But yeah.
We have artists from all over the world working on this project.
Some of them are like, one of them's a director on an upcoming show.
Yeah.
Somebody worked
really
on
proud of her.
One's working on a Disney show right now. Or a storyboard artist.
We have folks starting their own indie productions. I'm really excited about those. Yeah. Lots of cool shit.
I have one of those.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Well, you should tell us about it.
Yeah, I think it was the one that I sent you. It's actually been nominated for one award already.
Nice.
The thing is, I sent you both the one without music. It has music and voice acting now.
Oh, okay.
So if anybody's interested, like from the team, I can just put it somewhere.
Yeah, drop the updated version in with music.
Yeah, just a little note to tell anybody not to show it anywhere else, because when it's going through festivals, it's not supposed to be streamed to public.
So we can't like link people to it on this stream.
No,
either,
unfortunately, not yet.
Right.
But if anybody from the team would like to see it, I can just post it as in off topic. And you can
go ahead.
Check it out. Unfortunately, I can't show it to chat.
Sorry, chat.
It will have to wait until next year. Sorry, chat. But yeah, it was a lot of fun to work with, and we are the small team that we are planning on doing more small like shorts. Mostly dealing like with different topics. We would like to get into mental illness and LGBT later on. So, yep, I do those on my spare time.
Awesome. Well, very cool. Good luck in the competition circuit there, then. The award circuit. That's very cool.
Light a candle for you. I hope it.
Thank you. We hope to at least get a an honorable mention or something. Like just being nominated already is pretty nice. It would be nice to get something because we invested a lot of our resources in it, and if I could get anything back for the team, which did like apply a lot of time without getting any pay, would be really nice. Yeah, especially for the post producer and the background guys, because they did a lot of job. They did a lot of work. I did it because I lead it, but yeah, it would be nice just to see, and hopefully we get to something with it.
Yeah, I hope so too. I always like seeing folks on our team like golf and doing cool stuff. It's like, yeah, I work with that person.
Yeah. I did contact some of the like even from here, I think the sound designer was somebody you gave me the contact to, Fable.
Yeah.
So even here, we did like go around like, hey, want to work with me? We can give you this, and the people that were like, yeah, I have the time, and I can do it for that. And yeah, it was really nice. Very very kind person. They did an amazing job.
Yeah. I'm glad to get you the hookup.
Yeah.
All right, got any more questions?
Outside, or do I need to?
I hear them a little bit.
Let me shut the window. Give me a sec.
Knightley asks, once Lackadaisy is released, will you guys make an animated series? And I'm sure there's people who would love to have one.
I don't know. It really depends on the type of reception that the film gets. I mean, if it just kind of goes unnoticed, then I don't know that we'd be justified in doing more, or if we'd be able to fundraise enough to do more. If it does do better than that, then yeah, we'd love to pursue more things. We have other things planned. We're thinking of like following it up with a short animation. Like the thing we're working on currently is 23 minutes, which in animation terms is quite a lot. But yeah, if we could follow up with like a under 5 minute sort of thing shortly after that, that'd be great. And then, you know, if we can keep doing that, we'd love to. It's just a matter of like the logistics and how and when, and are we going to get any interest from some kind of studio or whatever, or producer of some kind. And if we do, even then, it's like extremely questionable whether it goes anywhere. So it's like personally,
we're shooting for a lot of things, and we have a bunch of ideas for how we might pursue past a certain point. A lot of like our approach is also very predicated on just like what's the nature of things gonna look like once the short's done as well. So we would absolutely want to do more, but the direction that more takes is going to depend on like a lot of factors that are outside of our control. But trust us, like we bop around ideas all the time. So yeah,
so if anyone would like to see more, remember that once it comes out, share it. Like share it with everyone. Share it everywhere.
Like it, share it.
Yeah.
Tell people
definitely
constantly.
Very much depends on the community of people who love it to express their love of it to the folks they know. There was there was a question earlier. Somebody asked, where is it?
There was a question we should answer now because it's very self-serving.
Yeah.
Which is, where can the viewers send you money?
You can donate to Super Chat, but we would recommend going via other means because YouTube actually takes like a third of the money out. So, Tracy, what would be the most efficient way of donating money to the project?
I mean, we could drop the Iron Circus PayPal. I mean, that would just go right into. Yep. If you put the word Lackadaisy in it, it'll just go directly into the film budget. Like the PayPal me / Iron Circus.
And if you donate certain amounts, you get certain rewards.
Well, not anymore. We actually had to
we had to close that
because we started delivering. We started delivering the awards, so we couldn't take any more on. But
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. We didn't really make a big we put it up on the website and let the people know who had donated that their rewards are incoming and have sent them some of them already. But but yeah, we couldn't on an ongoing basis keep doing that. It actually turned into quite the chore to separate out all of the donations intended for rewards from other donations. Spike had to have her accountant go through everything and find it all, but so adventures. That was our
financial adventures. Wee.
Yeah, crowdfunding.
Let me tell you about taxes.
If you feel like confusing Iron Spike with too much money, feel free to donate for that.
Oh yeah. So anyway, before I forget, okay, so yeah, there's PayPal me / Iron Circus. There's super chats here on our YouTube. There's Patreon for Lackadaisy. That's I'm putting personal money into this left and right, so all of that funds just ends up kind of back on the project anyway. Plus you get extra material, like behind the scenes looks at the animation project and extra art and previews of things. And,
helps fund little goofy side things also, like this music loop that I am working on right now. So I hope it's looking good, guys.
And there is a Gumroad store as well. With
speaking of merch,
Yeah, there's a t-shirt coming soon. I've just ordered samples of it, so hoping that it comes out.
I'm so excited for that. When does that get into your hands?
It should be at the end of this month or the very beginning of July.
Cool.
I will know if it's ready to go. We've also got the pins and the signed movie posters in progress. The pins have just gone into the production process. The posters are being printed. We have to mail them around to all the different voice actors. And me and Fable to sign them all, but which is gonna be
that's gonna be a whole thing,
a nail biter. Because if they get lost in the mail, like once they're mostly all signed, that would be devastating. But
we're gonna try to make that not happen. I'm gonna personally drive around and hand deliver that to some people out here. I mean, here, take this. I will. Be back
we have
later.
some voice actors overseas, and we were like, I'm so sorry, we can't risk.
Yeah. When Val comes over here for a convention, if you happen to have the poster on hand, you will get a rare signature. So think of it that way. This is your motivation. You gotta get Valentine Stokes' signature.
But yeah, Gumroad Store, Patreon, Super Chats, Iron Circus PayPal. All ways you can contribute to the project if you're interested in doing so. If you go through Gumroad or Patreon, you get additional stuff for your contributions. So.
All right, what other questions do we got?
Merely Another Animator asks, have you watched The Untouchables? I based a Lackadaisy OC on them.
Yes, in fact, I made Fable watch it.
Oh man, that was an entertaining. That was the one where I was like, "There's like this one good actor," and it was like there's so many good actors, and then their main guy is just like so wooden.
Oh, Kevin Costner is so.
I'm just like, he does not belong here.
Yeah, but I think he's kind of like, the point is like Elliot Ness as like a stuffed suit sort of character, just very like straight collar. Just type of guy. He's not that interesting.
He's the guy who goes, "I love my wife. Goodbye, wife." There she goes, my wife and my child. All right, time to some man business. Goodbye, wife and child, who I love very much. It's like, okay, I get it. No homo. Okay, all right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, wants to name his child after like J. Edgar Hoover. It's like, oh god. But yeah,
goofy as hell.
It's a fun movie though.
Yeah.
It's fun.
We've been watching.
Yes, I have seen it. I have seen it many times. It's it's a product of, I think it was like Brian De Palma movie, very much a product of like that 80s to 90s, early 90s maybe. So like 89 or 90 or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Tasty Mints asks, as a group of creators, how do you deal with criticism and such? And do you have any advice as to how an artist should handle critique?
I feel like when you're younger, you're a little bit more sensitive to it because you're far more uncertain. But like once you kind of feel like you have a pretty good sense of what you want to do and how you want to do it, and you're less like threatened by the possibility of, will someone upend my entire career and life by, if I make a mistake or whatever. I think you just become like a little less fearful of that kind of thing.
Well, you get a little desensitized to professional criticism anyway, because if you're working for somebody or some numerous somebodies because you've got clients or something, you are going to be, given instructions and feedback and things, and usually it is just feedback. It's not like bruising, searing, like
blunt.
I hate this, but it's
do it this way
because you both have a common goal in mind. Everybody wants constructive, progress made, but when you get on the internet, you get a different kind of criticism sometimes, which is the intended destructive, like just aggressive, antagonistic kind, and it's basically your And that really hurts because, like, you know, it's like it's just a human inclination to remember negative things. Like, one negative comment will like ruin several days for you, even though you've gotten like, you know, 200 nice comments or something. It's like somehow it just like the balance in your brain just never like registers, like the ratio just doesn't count for some reason, and so like one nasty comment will just like fucking destroy you. But you just can't, you got to stop like giving it that kind of power. You've got to let it like roll off your back, because it usually, when it comes at you like that, says more about the person who's saying it than it does about you or your work. It's like, this person is the problem. It's not my work. That's the problem.
Sometimes you're just like the avatar by which somebody expresses their frustration for the day, and unfortunately that can mean like a lot of upsetting things. So
when you think of it as like, wow, what is this person dealing with that they had to come and tell a perfect stranger like that they,
so that you can
they should go kill themselves or something. It's like,
that you can like, I would say in those instances, like, you have your friends and you talk about it. If it's genuinely upsetting, you can talk about it, but also they'll help you laugh about it. And so, like, the way you deal with it is you laugh about it. If somebody is really going out there and saying just ridiculous things, sometimes the healthiest reaction is to just be like, oh my god, look at this loser.
Oh yeah, Fable and I share all of the nasty comments on YouTube and stuff with each other and laugh, because it's just like, oh, this is just like, wow.
I am kind of, it's like, if you're going to leave me a nasty comment, please be creative, because it'll make me laugh at least. When you just do the same kind of nasty comment as everybody else, I'm like, you're boring. This isn't
it's like, try harder, come on.
Yeah, come on.
Very mid. But like, it's you know, it's your prerogative as an artist to figure out what is useful criticism and what is not, and to just turn your filter on and be like, you know, this is useful and this is just like noise coming at me from an idiot, you know. As, you know.
Also, just
I have a perfect example.
No, it's
sorry,
okay. I'll get back to that. You go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to say that I do have a perfect example for that. And when I was much younger, when I started off in DeviantArt, there was this guy that always, like, incessantly commented on every, like, drawing I posted, just saying, this is wrong, this shouldn't be like this, the anatomy is wrong, why are the, even, they went as far as saying, like, the eyebrows shouldn't be that way. And it got to the point that I became depressed or anxious every time I was going to post something, because DeviantArt was the only platform that I used. And one day after I posted a commission, like one of my first commissions that I got paid for, and not even in money, they paid me in like those little DeviantArt points, but it was important for me. Like, it was like, oh, I got paid for something I did. They actually posted a comment criticizing it, and when the commissioner came out to defend me, and they were like, no, you don't know what you're saying. Like, what I'm saying is better. And the fact that you picked this, because they were upset on the fact that they picked a certain pose, because I allow my commissioners to pick the pose that their characters will be in. Yeah. That's the moment where I was like, wait a second. This person is not giving me valid criticism. This person is just being a total jerk. Yeah. And I sent them a message being like, you know what? You can, like, come at me all you want, but never go to a person that just wanted a nice drawing of them and insult them for what they liked. And years later, like almost 2 years ago, they decided to like send me a message being like, hey, I kind of wanted to like apologize, but not apologize for what I did to you, because I hated you. No. And I didn't like the way you drew. I didn't like the way you like your anatomy. I didn't like your style. And I wanted to let you know that, but I wanted to apologize for like being so mean about it. And that was when I realized, these people that come at you, even to like point blank at you, they're just like have nothing else to do.
Yeah, it's something they're dealing with, and they're gonna take it out on you because you just happen to put art in front of their face accidentally. Incidentally,
a lot of people just want to look for an appropriate victim by their measure. And that's why you see a lot of internet abuse.
Just bear in mind, like, no matter what you do, what you're doing, how good you are at it, there's going to be people who are going to come at you and not like it.
Especially if it gets popular.
Especially if it gets popular. You will become a target. And it's almost like, in some ways, a bit of a measure of success if you've got, like, some detractors, honestly. Like, obviously not success. Like, it's not something you want. It's not, you know, like stalkers or people, like, following you around, leaving nasty comments. But it's almost like testament to the influence you've had and the effect you've had. So,
But if I can say like something, because it's not just art, but anything you do in life, people are going to want to criticize. Like I've been doing this project, and I do rounds and rounds of testers to make sure, because I'm that type of perfectionist, that it is the best thing I can create. And it's like what Tracy said. I walked around an entire floor of 70 people handing out samples, and there was just one person who made a negative comment, and it destroyed me for the rest of the day. Made me sit down and reevaluate the recipe. But it's what Boo told me. Can you change what your recipe is based off their criticism? And their criticism was basically, I think it's honestly terrible. Why? I don't like it.
It's like somebody's just not gonna like some ingredient you've used, and just like somebody's not gonna like anthropomorphized cartoon animals or something.
For some people that alone is a turnoff, and it's just like, fine, okay, it's not for you.
It's like you just have to bear in mind, like, what am I trying to achieve here, and is this criticism relevant to my goals? And if it isn't, then you just write it off.
Then you write it off, because not everybody's got their own thing, and if you cannot get better off their comment, you don't need thanks. Move on.
Yeah, like that person Kari was talking about. Why were they there?
Yeah.
And
the other thing I would say is like, oh, sorry, go ahead, Kari.
So I was like, one day I decided to like look into their account. They didn't post anything. They didn't have anything in favorites. They had nothing. They're basically just there, leaving comments to me and like a couple of other very young, small artists that listened to them. Like they were specifically looking for the people that replied. And since I was like pretty young, I was starting out, and I thought what they were giving me was valid criticism, I would go and try to change what I did to like go through with what they were saying. And then I was like, no, wait. What you're telling me is total bullshit. Like the fact that you're like, no, I don't like the way you draw eyes, or I don't like the way you draw eyebrows, or this way that you draw shoes is incorrect, and they would link me to like a shoe that looked similar. I was like, no. And I just had the point where it stopped was when I was like, I'm blocking you. And they sent me a message to be like, can you unblock me? And I was like, no, I'm not unblocking you, and I don't want to receive any more of your comments or any of your criticism anymore. You're extremely bad for me. Like you're basically just here making children and teens feel bad about wanting to start drawing because you have a preference or just a prerogative of being mean to others. And I did tell that to another like artist that approached me, like being like, he does this to you too? And I was like, yeah, but you know what, block him. You don't need to listen to them. They are just another rando on the internet who spare the time to try to bring you down, because for some reason that makes them happy. And no jerk deserves to be happy from your misery. And you develop like thicker skin when you encounter these people, to the point right now where if I get hate over something, especially from Mexican artists, I get a lot of hate, like, oh, you're still drawing anime characters, you weeb. And I was like, I'm a weeb drawing anime characters, but I am in 2 large projects that I like and are very proud of. What are you doing? And they basically just never respond.
Like people fall back on that sort of thing when they don't have any other criticism. They're like, well, I just don't like the things you're drawing. So,
the advice I can give sorry, go ahead, Tracy.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. I talked enough.
Okay. The advice I can give.
Don't say that. You always say that. Sorry. It's just you keep saying, I've talked enough, Tracy. You can talk whatever you want.
No, I don't want to dominate the entire discussion. Let Fable have.
How dare you dominate the conversation? Oh, holy shit! Okay, Printed Wit, $50
thank you.
Super Chat.
Oh, holy cow!
Thank
you so much.
Thank you.
Damn. Thanks.
My suggestion for anybody who is concerned about internet criticism and bullying and all that is curate a circle of people whose opinions about your art you trust and you want to hear about. Because if that person says, I don't like it, then I know I need to listen some more. But that person also is the kind of person I trust to tell me exactly why they don't like it in detail, and they won't be mad at me personally if I go, no, I'm going to still do it my way. They'll be like, okay. They're not going to take that personally. It's not a slight on them, and they understand that. We have a mutual understanding that I came to you. I want to hear your point of view, and I want to hear your point of view to see, like, is there something I need to address? But I also understand that internally, there's a reason why I'm making an approach a certain way. And so if I hear their point of view, and my understanding of that is that it would contradict my intent with the shot, then all right. And then I might talk to them about it. But, we're people who respect each other's time and efforts, basically. And I think if you have a circle of friends who's like that, where you respect each other's art and you can speak really honestly about how you feel about, like, something or another, I think that will do a good way, go a long way towards giving you the armor from, like, random internet bullies, because you'll know what it looks like when someone is giving you useful advice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's like preference based, like, I don't like it. Oh,
sure. Okay. Fine.
Yeah. Like, okay. Fine. Like
you can respect their opinion without acting upon it at all.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not what you're going for, if there's no, like, there needs to be substance. If you want to get better, the criticisms, the constructive criticisms tend to have substance behind them. Like, hey, I believe maybe your shading should be like this, or maybe I think it might be a little too sweet, or so on and so forth in whatever you do. If it's just, I don't like it, I don't know, something doesn't speak to me, that is technically not constructive, because it's their preference and their criticism, and you have to decide what your goal is, and if you want to adjust it based on the constructive portion, not the criticism.
Yeah, like, I've even gotten comments from folks where they definitely did not phrase it in a way that was very kind, but there was a core, like, truth to what they said, and I had to separate, like, the wrapping from what was, like, the actual criticism there. And that takes a certain amount of, like, internal confidence as well.
It takes some desensitizing, it takes some maturity, and you probably won't go into things feeling that way. Like, you'll be very raw at first, like, everything will sting.
I'd say when you're in that stage, and, like, when I'm first starting on a draft of something in particular, I cannot show it to anybody but, like, maybe
in those
two
cases.
people. Yeah.
Right. I would say, like, you can limit your audience. You are absolutely, like, until you've landed upon something that, you feel is strong enough. Like, you could show it to people before you show it to a broader audience. You, like, show it to those trusted group of friends who are also artists or something, whose work you respect. That's, like, extremely useful, because they'll be honest with you without being mean or non-constructive. But you also have to learn to temper your own response. And so my advice would be to, if you are going to type something heated back at somebody,
probably
sleep on
don't.
it first.
Just
take a walk first, or sleep on it, and then think about it the next day. Don't write something in the heat of the moment, because you're just going to, if you want to be a professional artist, like, everything you put out on the internet, it's going to stay there forever.
But
and,
also, like,
well, I would argue, like, you shouldn't be judged necessarily on, like, knee-jerk responses you have to somebody that you wrote when you were, like, 15 or something, and then now you're 25 and you're looking for a job. Like, someone shouldn't be judging you based on, like, whatever. But people do that kind of thing. Just bear that in mind. And the internet is forever, so, like, everything you say. So, and you don't want to be, like, somebody who just, like, gets in a fight with people, and you don't want to be, like,
you don't want to end up the internet lolcow.
Anne Rice chasing down people who typed critical reviews on Amazon, and, like,
what kind of artist do you want to be, and how does that person behave?
Like, you can take the higher ground, and in the end, that's the more satisfying thing. Like, the best revenge is your own success. So just keep moving forward. It's just going to waste your energy and your emotions and everything to respond to things that are just mean for the sake of being mean. So just bear in mind that you don't have, like, you aren't in control necessarily of, like, what people say to you about your work, but you are in control of how you react to that. So
very true.
And
in that regard, like, coming back to the like, people from my university that were like, you weeb, you draw anime. I never like respond to them verbally. I do think about it, but I'm too shy to respond to them verbally, and also I don't find the need to. I just like to like update or like make a drawing like, oh, I got into this, like I did with Lackadaisy, and then I get the comments from the same people that were like, you're never gonna get to anything. Even the teachers that told me that I had to change what I drew because apparently that limited my ability when it was just my style, because I think they thought because this was my preferred style, I wouldn't be able to do other things. Which is not the case. I can easily like study a character and a design and work with it. At least I hope I could. I managed to do a good job with the shots I did for Lackadaisy and my cleanups.
You've done a wonderful job.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they would even come to me like, "Oh, congratulations, you got into this. I'm so proud." I was like, "Oh, now you're proud." Like in my head again. I would just be like, "Thanks." I tried very hard, but it's those moments where I felt like the most powerful because I didn't need to do anything or say anything. I just achieved something, and they saw by themselves how much they underestimated me, or how much they underestimate you, or how much. Like, belittling you didn't stop you, because your power is mostly you doing the things that you want to do. Keep on going. Like, don't let their hate or whatever it is they want to do, like, keep you down.
Yeah.
Because you will get to the point where they will see, and you won't even have to say anything. It's even better if they just find it out by themselves, and they're like, oh, I was wrong, without you needing to tell them they were wrong. They will see it.
All right, we got another question before we move on to Codenames at some point. Yeah,
we have a ton.
Oh no, we should probably speed up a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if we can.
Yeah, we gotta get a little less wordy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. We all have strong feelings about this thing because we've all experienced it.
Well, it's based on experience. The fact that we all are like, I've been through this. I gotta go take out my pups, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. And I mean, I think that kind of conversation is what a lot of people listen for, so I'm not going to stop you. Merely another animator asks, will you add a quote-unquote good character? So many villains and no one tries to stop any of them.
I mean...
I regret to inform you something about real life.
I mean, there are characters who are trying to interfere, but it doesn't necessarily make them inherently good. Things aren't quite as binary as that.
No, it's like not even our Rocky is not a good person. He might be our
flawed.
Point of view character, but he's not
desperation personified.
He's our hero in the Greek sense, let's say.
Yeah.
Yeah. He probably does have some kind of demigod powers to have survived this long with that kind of luck.
The fact he found napkins so early.
Merely another animator again says, anyway, who is the animation hero for you? Mine is John Lasseter and James Baxter.
And I wouldn't say hero, probably more like folks whose work just as really stand out to me. But like I could list off a lot of the folks. Like James Baxter is definitely like a very strong animator. Glenn Keane, I really like Don Bluth's approach.
Andreas
Deja is one of my favorite animators. I really like how he uses hands and posture and stuff. So I did a lot of look into how he approaches his work. Of course, there's the Animator Survival Guide, which was written by Richard Williams, and he talks about like the old Disney masters. Was this
Milk Call?
Yeah, Milk Call. He did like Shere Khan and stuff, and Frank Thomas, and just those guys were amazing animators and definitely worthy of study. But hero, I guess a hero.
We talk about Don Bluth a lot too.
Yeah, I really admire
Well,
how
he had an
Don just like
influence on
struck
us,
out on
yeah.
his own. Yeah.
However much we criticize some of his
Yeah.
storytelling choices or like the
Uh,
projects he
Yeah, but
decided
it's
to pursue.
criticisms with a lot of love. Like I
It's because
really respect
it comes
what he's
from a
done.
place of
Yeah,
love. Yeah,
yeah.
like
Mm-hmm.
of like, oh, why did you do that after you did this beautiful thing? Like,
But I guess as
why
like
troll-
a
why troll at
direct,
Central Park?
I guess as a direct role model, the closest person who comes to that is actually one of my professors, Tom Cito, who's not like an animator that I think a lot of people are gonna like recall, like very clearly or anything, and like he was often an animation director. But the reason why I say that is that Tom Cito was my professor in college. And he was very, very, very good about imparting in a very realistic and like a realistic way to us students like what the animation industry was going to be like in a way where there wasn't anything he said that I have experienced that was contradicted. He did not gussy it up. He provided really good instruction that has followed me throughout my animation career. And I think also he just had like a kind of personality that I really admired, where he was this dude who just fundamentally loves cartoons and loved history. He was like a huge nerd. He wore that joy of things like on his sleeve. And he took it all very seriously, but he'd find a lot of humor in it. And he just had this really good like air to him of just being like a great teacher. And so, like, I very much respect that guy. And he was, like, the guild president, even, the animation guild president for a while. So, clearly some people thought similarly of him at some point. So, but yeah, I guess he comes closest. But I think back on my classes with him quite frequently. So.
Tramari made a comment, which is, believe it or not, my animation teacher loves Lackadaisy for its originality.
Aww.
Oh, I'm really touched to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't have an
That's quite
animation
an honor.
hero. I don't have an animation hero, but I have an art hero, and that's Tracy.
Oh, stop it! Stop being nice. Be meaner to me.
We're gonna reach the Tracy compliment quotas pretty fast today.
Yeah,
It's already
the
been
quota
exceeded.
was
Knock it
met
off.
once it got past 0.
I get to change that quote if I want to.
I see people mentioning the Alex Hirsch thing. Like, I think we missed mentioning
Oh
it.
no, I saw
They were
that.
asking about,
Yeah.
yeah, we did see that, and we passed it around quite a bit onto the work
Oh,
server.
I was just
Very-
looking at that and I was just like, yeah.
It's the two-pip thing.
Yeah,
Oh my
it was very hilarious, but also infuriating. Like
Yeah.
just like the stuff that Disney would come back at them with, be like, no, you can't do that. You can't say that word. This is potentially offensive. It's like what?
Something
If
that
you
could
haven't seen it.
potentially allude to a swear by way of 3 doors down would
Or,
be.
yeah,
was-
someone could have
yeah.
maybe think of a rhyming thing for this line that would be vulgar, and so we can't do that. It's like he's like, we can't predict what people will have in their heads when they hear this thing that has nothing vulgar about it at all.
Oh my god, that was such
And
a
he's like,
thing.
why do I have
That
to
was funny.
censor myself based on a rhyme someone might think of? Like,
Yeah.
what?
I gotta think that the folks at SMP, because my understanding is that they're not necessarily like bad folks in of themselves, but I gotta
No,
think they
they're-
have a quota that they have to meet for things you gotta find. So
Yeah, well,
it's
Maybe
like
maybe it's a
yeah.
little bit of like justifying their existence as a
maybe
but
I
think it
don't know
also is-
anybody personally who works
mean-
at SMP. I would have to ask them. It's like, how does your job
Well,
work?
it
I'm
might-
fascinated.
It might fall to them, like if they do get a bunch of complaints, like it probably
Yeah.
falls down on their heads, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they may have to be. They not only have to keep the company, you know,
Be hypercritical.
image in mind
Mm-hmm.
and the wholesomeness. They also have to protect their own livelihood.
I will defend it in another sense, though. It's like, even though like I know plenty of like what the hell is this note, but I will defend it in another sense. There are times where SMP is very needed, which it's like
Yeah.
sometimes somebody has a bright idea and they really did not think about like how that was going to be taken by other people. And like, yes,
Right.
there is such a thing as like the professional complainer, but there are also legitimately things where folks just aren't thinking about it.
Right. It's like,
and
no,
so it's
actually,
good to have a
this is
second eye
slur.
on
You
that.
can't
yeah.
put it in there.
So
And
that's, I think that's
Right.
And the company,
There's, like,
of course, is going to be very interested in avoiding lawsuits and stuff. So things like, you know,
They err on the side of
flashing
caution,
lights
definitely,
that could cause seizures. You probably want S&P to step in there. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
You've got, like, the spectrum of things from, like, the ridiculousness of the seatbelt rule
Yeah.
to the, like, absolutely valid, like, no, you can't use these words in your show. This is extremely insulting.
Yeah.
And maybe the writers just didn't know or weren't aware or whatever. But
yeah, I really got the vibe of a new moderator who is trying to apply the letter of the rules because they have to.
Yeah, it does kind of have that vibe, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know what it was that they were like, hey, you need to change this, and the response was just no.
Yeah.
No.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, I like that. I like that his response a lot of the time was like, nope, not changing it. No, not changing that. No. And they often would just back down. In some cases, they would double down and be like, no, we can't.
I think with respect to that, part of that is just like the level of clout you also have, that where you can afford that pushback. So like,
if you're just like. Yeah, if the company feels like they're just doing you a favor by putting your show on the air or whatever, then you probably don't have a lot of leeway or leverage to. But like with something like Gravity Falls, like they're not gonna just cancel it because, you know,
riot.
They had one disagreement about.
You'd be surprised sometimes.
Maybe they would. Yeah, I don't know. With a company like Disney that size, it's sometimes the corporate decision making has transcended human thinking in the worst possible way.
All right.
So
speaking of, let's move on to some more questions. So,
and Blewett asks, there are a lot of resources for beginner artists looking to break into the field, but not much for people leading a team. Once you reach that point, where did you look for advice?
Let's see. Well, some of the advice that I was able to look to were my own bosses at one point, where I told them about the thing that I had in mind to do, and what they said was extremely encouraging. Like I really appreciated their I was talking to Pendleton Ward, that's right. I was talking to Pendleton Ward while I was on Midnight Gospel, and I was like, hey, I'm thinking of doing this thing, and I'm worried about what's gonna happen, if I can't get it picked up by somebody, or and he was like, if you want to make a cartoon, make a cartoon. You don't ask for anybody's permission. And I was like, you know what? Yeah. It's like, it's just something as simple as that somebody said to me, convinced me that I needed to just bite the bullet and go for it, and not overly question it or deliberate too much, because that, I would just do that forever. I'd be too scared to jump into the water, essentially. But when it comes to how to manage people and learning that, a lot of that was just spent by being on crews. There's books you can read about pipelines and production and management and all of that jazz, but just being on teams with people, good and bad, wonderfully managed, very poorly managed, straight up abusive, taught me so much. It taught me about what I wanted to do and what I didn't want to do. And then on top of that, I also was able to talk with people like Tracy, who had been in leadership positions before. So while I had managed small crews of people, handfuls of people really, for small things, it was nothing at the scale of what I was doing here. And talking with Tracy about if something happened where there was somebody had to leave and I had to replace people, or figuring out how to handle a particular way of communicating with people, just anything like that. I was able to talk to Tracy, and she would assure me, it was oh, you could do this, or yeah, no, that's pretty typical, and that kind of thing. So I didn't get my head too stuck in this idea of oh no, I'm gonna fail, or oh yeah, I'm the most perfect bestest, but always kind of finding that middle ground of listening and maintaining some humility to be able to listen to your team, and just kind of coming at the whole thing with two ideas in mind. I want to be a teacher, and I want to be somebody who functions as a support for everyone else. It's like my role is to facilitate everybody else's jobs. It's not to dictate things. It's not to be the badass who swings a big bat and like swaggers and stuff. It's not just to have my name on stuff and say like, look, I did that. And it's about helping other people make it happen. And understanding that you're not at the top of the pyramid, you're the person supporting the ladder. So you're really closer to the bottom. And if you respect that and like understand this, like you got to respect everybody that you have on your team, no matter how many people are on a team. It's like everybody has an important role to play. Then I think you can avoid certain pitfalls where your ego could run away with you, or you have a bad day and you take that out on people, or by virtue of not taking care of yourself, you set like bad standards that other people think they have to match, or asking like unrealistic things of people also, because you're like, well, I could do it that way. And it's like, yeah, but not everybody is you. Only you are you. Like, how do you get it so that that person can do what they need? Not how would you do it? So, in just kind of like being radically empathetic as much as possible. So yeah.
Next question.
Okay. Sure. Go for it.
Tasty Mint says, what are your guys' thoughts on British comedic stuff like Mr. Bean, Monty Python, Blackadder, Edgar Wright, The Peep Show, and more?
It's funny.
Yeah, I have a penchant for British comedy. I think I tend to prefer British comedy, honestly. I like Peep Show. I like Mitchell and Webb.
What was that one with the Matt Berry
Rowan Atkinson
in the hospital?
Yeah, freaking Dark Place. Dark Place.
I love that. It was so good.
Yeah, it's good stuff. But yeah, it can range from very like dry to dry and wry humor to like very, like extremely wacky, and kind of like mix those two things in just like the right sort of way. Monty Python is certainly the expert at that.
It hits different.
But yeah, I love like Eddie Izzard as like one of my favorite stand-up comedians, and I like British humor.
British true crime.
British true crime too,
yeah. Yeah. Father Brown, Miss Marple, Poirot.
Yeah.
All right, next question.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Femostop asks, how do you guys get money to keep animating? Because I doubt Patreon is enough.
We did a Kickstarter campaign to raise the bulk of the funds. And then we followed up with some we ran a PayPal based donation thing where we offered some digital rewards. Following that, because we had a bunch of people telling us like, oh, I missed the Kickstarter, I didn't know what was going on. And so we're like, oh, well, let's make another avenue for you to help then. And then in addition to that, I've thrown a bunch of money into it. I think Iron Circus has probably thrown some of their funds into it. We've had ongoing help from sales in the Gumroad store and super chats here. So yeah, we're just kind of like throwing everything we can into it to make it as good as we possibly can and get it done. But yeah, the vast majority of it was Kickstarter.
Yeah.
I think we raised like $330K.
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was more than we expected. And that's why it went from being a 15-minute thing to like a 23-minute thing.
Oh boy. I originally intended this as like, 15 minutes, maybe 18 at most, and then like I did have an 18-minute cut, but it just whipped by too fast. Like I kept having to add like more
Beats of time
beats.
to-
Like just like a
yeah.
little bit more breath here and there. And it's funny how you can take 18 minutes and add 5 minutes just by adding a few frames here and there to each
Yeah,
shot.
yeah. We had to
Yeah.
keep like padding things a little bit for humor to land and emotional beats to land and stuff. And so you can't like rush everything because there, you do need some like moments of pause. And every time we'd go back and add one of those, we're like, oh, that's another 30 seconds we just added to this thing. But we were trying to fit a lot of story, a lot of character introductions into this, like, you know, one little thing. And so we needed the room, we needed the space. So otherwise, it was going to be a much smaller, less ambitious thing. So,
So we appreciate your patience.
yeah, thank you.
It's
think
all
that'd
going
be
towards good shit.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So next question is a great way to plug one of the people. Merely another animator asks, do you have someone doing the music for Lackadaisy? If so, who?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We have M. Guer, also known as Izuna Drop, as our sound director. They've been doing an amazing job. You can hear their work on our stuff in all of the comic dubs that you can catch. They've been doing like a lot of quality work. We have them doing some custom music for the short as well. Like,
Yep.
Yeah.
They got some musicians together and did a whole recording. They did a digital version of the song first, and then they went out and like got the musicians, including Fabrice, does all the violin stuff that Rocky plays. And we also had Sepia Tonic write a song for the short. So yeah.
Sorry, just plugging links in chat for people.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Merely another animator asks, will Mordecai's victims ever get justice?
I have some bad news for you about real life.
Yeah.
I mean, they won't know because they're dead. But no, how to answer that?
One day.
Let's say he's
One
very
day.
thorough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll get the kind of clear-cut justice that. I mean, there really isn't clear-cut justice in the world, is there?
Not amongst these
And
you know,
it's not like he's murdering people who wouldn't have also murdered him in the blink of an eye, given the a reason.
Self-defense.
it's a job.
Except that lawyer
Yeah,
guy.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
I will actually counter a little bit. I saw some
Probably
people...
didn't. Yeah, probably didn't deserve
Yeah.
that. But yeah, he certainly has killed people who didn't deserve it. But
Yeah. But it's a living. Yeah.
And yet he's the one that all of the teens that I know are lusting over, so
Oh, of
That will
course.
never-
I mean, if you know anything
how it
about
goes.
teenagers, of course. Yeah.
yeah, teens.
Teens,
Yeah.
Kai?
Look,
Just
Carrie.
Well, I talking about the ones that I know of, like the
Kari.
the
At least he doesn't sparkle.
that's true.
Yeah.
I'd rather
Not unless he
let's
threw
just
glitter
go
on
out
him,
and
but
get
I
whatever
think...
is possible.
Yeah.
Oh, I think Mordecai would just die if you threw glitter on him.
He's like, that's it, and just walks off a cliff.
Yeah,
I
pretty
could never fix this. I quit. Goodbye. Ascends into the atmosphere.
And then Birdo just dropped. Also, happy Pride Month. Still, and to my new ship, Mitzi and Seraphine.
Go.
Oh.
That's spicy.
I see someone has taste.
Ooh, oh. That's a new one.
Oh, I found it. Thank God. I was looking for this.
Tasty Mints asks, Weird question, but out of all the characters in Lackadaisy, which one would be the most likely to be a power-hungry dictator if given the chance?
Ivy.
Lacey.
Definitely Ivy.
No
Lacey.
hesitation.
Yeah.
Lacey, the power goes to her head just immediately.
It takes all of 5 seconds, and that's it.
Marsmia asks, where did you go to school?
Who?
You.
Well, me? University of Southern California.
The question didn't specify. Is what I meant. I assume the two of you.
I didn't. I fell off the school bus. No, I went to school for biology.
That's a way to phrase it.
Tiny little Catholic school in New England, and then I stopped doing that because I got a job as an artist. Cause, yeah, I didn't go to art school. I wanted to, but couldn't.
I went, if anybody is in Mexico, or like, I don't know about other ones in Latin America, but I went to the only one that was for here, which is Universidad de Artes Digitales, translate to University of Digital Arts. But there's 2 new ones that you can look for. Not sure if there's any in other parts of Latin America, in case you don't have the option for the United States.
Mine is not animated, so I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, I don't think they
Yeah.
Maybe we should list some of the schools that some of the animators we work with. Assuming this is about mostly animation.
I know some have gone to
Yeah.
SCAD and Sheridan. And like, there's this one place in Detroit.
There's Ringling down here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the one in Detroit?
There's Cal Arts, which is
Cal
like,
Arts.
popular for
Yeah.
animation.
There's so many. What was the name of the yeah, anyway, I can't remember the name of the Detroit school, but I know there's somebody from that. There's folks from all over. No one place. People with schooling, people without schooling also. So.
Is it Full Sail? Oh, that's games mostly.
No, it wasn't one of those kinds of schools. It was an actual school.
Burn.
Sorry, no. What I mean is like it wasn't Art Institute or Full Sail or any of that kind of thing. It was
yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to find the one you're referring to.
God damn it, Angel.
Cats.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm double checking a drink and I'm mixing, so guess who's in the kitchen with me?
Aw. All right, next question.
Next question is from Marsmia. I'm not entirely sure what they mean by this, but they say, do you think the comic will ever be featured, or have you gotten offered to be featured and turned it down due to ownership?
You mean like webtoons?
Featured?
I think they mean like webtoons, maybe.
On webtoons? Initially, yeah, they offered me a featured position, and I said no because they would basically take all control. Like, I wouldn't be able to post pages for patrons, really. I wouldn't be able to post it to my own website or on other social media. Like, you could only publish it on Webtoon. And it was never meant to be a mobile comic. Like, I had to reformat it to be mobile, and then, like, so then going ahead, if I did that, I'd have to make it for mobile strictly. And so I was like, I can't do that. Like, I would have been getting paid for it if I had, but
at the cost of your independence.
At the cost of your autonomy, and I had been doing it so long on my own as my own thing. Like, I just couldn't say yes to that. However, I do know that they did offer like better deals to other comic artists. I don't know what I can say or not say though. So like, I know like some they allowed them to keep their, like, I guess they were just so big that they allowed them to keep posting wherever they wanted and be a featured webtoon comic. So they did not give me that option though. So
I can answer.
Jake Delver asks, it's a book now though, right?
It has been a book for a while. Yeah, I was previously with a different publisher, and they did a volume 1 and volume 2 book. And we've since parted ways, and now with Iron Circus, and they are trying to print the books, but because of COVID,
It's complicated.
it's complicated.
They are bending over backwards to get books out. It is it's a very different landscape than it was.
Yeah,
2
COVID
years
like
ago.
wrecked the print publication
As-
scene.
I
Sorry,
can
go ahead.
give you a small amount of insight there because of my weird, unique role in that I touch a lot of different production industries. Everything has been wrecked by this.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right,
Not
there's
a
no industry that has gone
single
untouched,
thing,
but
yeah.
like I just know about print publication because I'm trying to print books right now.
And it's
I have been for the past year and a half.
And it's so extensive. It's a global issue, which is one reason why.
Yeah, it was like as
every
soon as one
industry,
thing
yeah.
gets resolved, something else is now an issue. So it's like the shipping containers were the problem at first. We couldn't get shipping containers, so we couldn't get things shipped over, and so we couldn't print overseas where like
We
all
nearly
the
had a
printing
wood
happened.
shortage hit us. That was close.
There's now
Yeah.
a paper shortage. There's a trucker shortage. There's ongoing lockdowns in places where most people do their printing, and so
And
they
you can't just move printing back to the States because there's actually not mass printers at the level that like
Right,
book
they're-
publishers
yeah,
generally
like-
need if you're
like
above
the-
a certain size. And yeah,
exactly like there's like yearbook printers in the United States,
Yeah.
and that's about it.
yeah.
And like textbook printers, but not like
So like entire new industries have to be rebuilt, you know, in order to
Right.
make up for the
And
deficits in
so they're,
supply
like,
chain, but they
scrambling
don't
to repurpose-
happen fast. So
right.
yeah.
Like they're scrambling to repurpose and also accommodate like a new influx of like massive
Yeah.
orders that they aren't used to getting, and so they're overrun with new clients, and so even getting someone to bid, getting like a printer to bid on your thing has been like just impossible. It's,
And then they come to us, to my industry, and they're like, "Hey, we need more machines to do all this stuff." And we're like, "Everything is back ordered. Like
You're
you're not
like,
getting
"No."
parts for that machine."
yeah. So it's just like this domino effect of like cascading in
Yeah.
all directions of just everything's screwy right now, and we just all we can do is wait it out and hope, you know, get in line. And, you know,
it's just everything has to reorganize itself, and it just by virtue of just how disruptive it was, is simply not going to go back to the way it was. It just finds new ways to accomplish its goals, basically. So, it is it is a whole thing, and it is happening globally. So, talk to anybody from all over the world to be like, oh yeah, this thing is happening. Oh yeah, this thing is happening. It's like we're a very interconnected world. There is hardly a corner on this planet where the actions of folks on the other side of the world won't have some consequence, even if you don't like realize it directly. But yeah.
Yep. We have had like the art book, the Lackadaisy Essentials art book that was part of the initial Kickstarter we did for the funding the film, sitting ready, waiting to print for more than a year now, and it still hasn't been picked up by any printer. So we've just had that much trouble getting anywhere with it, and it's mostly just backlogs from interruptions and like I said, paper shortages, and can't print overseas now, and and like the big run of like people trying to get North American printers to do their stuff now, and sucks. But yeah, there are books. They've been out for a while. In fact, the books were out before I put anything on Webtoon.
I have copies of them. They are beautiful and completely worth getting.
Oh, thanks.
I encourage you to get I'm sure the Iron Circus version is going to be just as amazing, and I encourage you guys to look into it.
I hope so.
Yep.
I'll have
I
all.
say this as a fan, not as staff, because I'm.
Aw. Stop being nice. No,
No.
really. One thing
Never.
I can certainly credit my old publisher with was like they did pick out nice book materials, and so we wanted to match that or do better with Iron Circus, and so we are aiming for, striving for very nice hardbound books, gold foil and full color jacket and like the pages are thick and
I like how your brand is just extremely classy now.
you kind of have to, when you're a niche thing, like
Yeah,
I don't know, you gotta like you're already like a boutique thing. You're already paying a premium to have anything made.
Yeah.
So you might as well like make it nice, because you're not getting like bulk manufacturing discounts, and you're not like a well-known corporate entity or something where you can broker fabulous deals for yourself. So you're gonna pay a lot for it as the producer of it, and so you just might as well be like, I'm just gonna make it fancy.
Until the whole batch size 1 thing stops being more than a buzzword. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
I have opinions because this is actually where I work in.
I will say this: we have 4 copies of Lackadaisy in this household. We intend to
my.
have 4 more of the new one.
Oh, I appreciate that.
I'm probably gonna do the same if I'm honest.
But like high-key, we have one in my bookcase, and that's where that one sits nice and pretty. That's my copy. And then Boo's copy sits out in the coffee table. So it's like, oh, hi, look, would you like to see?
The display version. Display.
Yeah. You're like,
That's cute.
hi, here. Yeah.
I just gotta get a copy to con at some point and get it signed by you, Tracy.
I would be more than happy to do that. Obviously, yes. But even more so, it'd be cool to meet you in person at some point.
Yeah.
What a mood.
Strange, awkward person in real life instead of strange, awkward person on YouTube.
I mean, I'm also a strange, awkward person, assuming you weren't talking about me, but yourself. So, strange, awkward people meeting together, yes.
Yeah. I guess next question. This was a clarification to the Untouchables question. They meant the 1959-1963 original series, not.
The series, yeah. I've seen bits and pieces of it a long time ago. I've not given it much attention though. But yeah, I do know that it was a show before it was a. I think it might have actually been a radio serial before it was a show, like a TV show. Elliot Ness is in his Untouchables, something like that. Yeah, I know of it. I haven't, and it's very, very dramatized. Like nobody in Elliot Ness's like group of agents or got killed or murdered or anything. But the movie is much bloodier than that. So. Elliot Ness did go on to do some other interesting things, though. Like, he did, basically, like, I think it was the Cincinnati police force was extremely corrupt, and he just, like, wiped it out and started it fresh again, because they were just, like, the LA police department at the time, they were...
Yeah, they were pretty...
They were basically another gang, running their own rackets and shit. It's crazy. Like, oh god. But and then he also like went on to attempt to solve the torso murders. Was it the Cleveland torso murders?
That guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
It didn't go well.
No, it didn't. And oh, sorry. It's true crime. I got excited. Okay, never mind. I'll shut up. But long story short, he burned down like a Hooverville, like just like a homeless campaign.
Yeah.
And some people say that was like it really like people like hated him for that. But some people actually
sorry. No, go ahead.
Some people say it was a strategic move because by getting rid of all the homeless population, it removed the victims. It took away from his victim pool.
Right. Oh yeah. The police mentality about like doing the worst harm they can to any kind of homeless population is always like, oh well, it's for the public good. Blah blah blah. Yeah. Like now you're just being fucking cruel. Yeah, he destroyed this was during the Depression era, and so there was what would have been called a Hoover Hotel or Hooverville encampment of basically people living in tents and things and just trying to survive. And they assumed that the person who committed the murders was somebody from this encampment or some transient person who came passing through, and the victims were probably also from this place, and that's why they couldn't, figure out who they were or whatever. Yeah, he had his agents like dressing in drag and stuff, trying to lure the killer out, and like, and then eventually just like destroyed it because, police work. Yeah. But definitely interesting stuff to read about if you're interested in like the early days of the FBI.
I got so excited. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. It's good stuff to talk. It's fun to talk about. So.
Tick Stevens asked, "Is it possible that within the universe of Lackadaisy, that the Hollywood would make movies out of the adventures of the Lackadaisy crew, possibly directed by Martin Scorsese?"
But yes.
What?
Sure. That's a lot of a lot of fictive speculation. Yeah. I couldn't possibly like.
Yes, but you're assuming Rocky's not going to die in obscurity.
He's only the main character of this story.
Right. Yeah. It's not like they're a small time gang, not like they're not the Chicago syndicate or something. So
I did have that joke though of like Rocky worked at the circus and somebody like mistaking him mentioning that as that being the gang, the circus. I like, oh, that'd be such a good misunderstanding.
Yeah, that was the name of a cafe where the Chicago gangsters would hang out, like the meanest and toughest of them.
I forget what context they asked this in, but Pollux 411 asks, so are you saying that if I commission a drawing from you, I can get a sexy freckle?
I mean, in as much as freckle can be sexy, yeah.
Listen. Why are we taking innocent boy here and making him sexy?
To me.
Yeah.
You know exactly why.
Listen, why not? Why not ask Victor or Mordecai or Nico? Seraphine's an option too. From Love for the Lake. Yeah. But why Frecky? Frecky's the one you want to put in a corner and go,
Freckle, Freckle could do, like, maybe boy band sexy. Like...
Oh god, I
okay, no, change my mind. I want to see this.
That's something to come back to.
I don't know that
emo grunge boy Freckle. Oh fuck yeah, let's go.
I don't know that he'd fly as like a calendar fireman or something like.
He could be a calendar fireman.
I would not give him an X though. I think that would be a mistake. Don't have him pose with that.
I can't think of like a single person my age that would be able to be a calendar fireman though. So like, it's not like it's not his fault for being him.
Yeah. He's just kind of a baby.
He's just a baby face.
Nobody I know that's my age can grow facial hair, except for the one guy with the full mustache.
Aw. Keep trying. You'll get there.
Tasty Vince asked, boring question, what are you guys' favorite seasons?
Fall.
Oh,
I thought this was like about a show, and I was like, of what fucking...
No, season.
My brain immediately went to, like, season names. I was like, Old Bay. Everything but the bagel.
Don't eat Ashley's.
I like fall.
Tapatio?
I actually like summer. It's been miserably hot, but I prefer it because I'm cold all the rest of the time.
Same here. I also really like the summer. I can understand why other people would complain about it, but I don't really retain a lot of body heat.
Yeah, same. It takes energy for me to stay warm every other season, and I feel like in the summer I have more energy to do other things because I'm not sitting there trying to keep warm, and I'm more like, I don't know, I'm more motivated to just get things done in the sunshine.
Yeah. Also, the cold weather makes my joints hurt because I got like got old lady hips.
Yeah.
I got issues.
I like summer too because it gets rainy, and I love the rain. Most people don't like it for some reason. I do, like a lot.
I like the thunderstorms, like the short bursts of stormy weather, but usually not when they have a tornado involved, I guess. But
especially when they have a tornado involved. Are you kidding? Yeah, no, tornadoes, bring them.
I mean, it's exciting, but also like the real possibility of your house just being gone in an instant is a little upsetting.
Yeah, and a little concerned that might become a thing here thanks to climate change, because the winds we've been getting more of those like actually damaging storms, which didn't used to be a thing here.
The weather has gotten more severe, certainly.
Oh boy, I know.
Yeah,
I live in California.
Yeah. Don't need to tell you.
Nope.
Have awesome weather. Right now we're like there's a typhoon about to hit my state.
Oh, fun.
So, yay.
Wee.
Like I like
rain. You said you liked rain.
Go out.
Nature was like, you like rain? I got some rain for you.
Rain. How about all of the rain?
Can you spare a little rain?
There's been typhoons on the coast in Washington, but like I don't think I've ever been caught in one. It's too far, like too close to the coast for it to affect me.
You get the nice aftermath sprinkle, like, of the air and that one's nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Katie gets safe from the storms, so she's free to develop her curse shit.
I am, like, really close to a volcano, though.
Oh, okay.
Several of them.
Like, are they active, or...?
Oh no, they're kind of benign.
Oh, yeah, over here, since we're right next to Colima, there is a volcano in Colima, and when it erupts, the whole city in the morning is just covered in soot. Like everything is covered in soot. And we're not that close, like, it's a good, well, I don't know what people consider, like, long distance, but for us it's like 5 hours away. So for us it's like far away. Maybe for you guys a 5-hour drive would be shorter, but yeah, in that span of a distance it can like cover the city in soot, and like it can make the sky go gray. So yeah, being near an active volcano is not fun.
I can imagine. That would freak me the hell out. I live a few hours away from St. Helens, but that one's not really gonna go off again.
Well, this one is actually awake and going. It's never erupted, but it does have bursts, and those bursts can burn everything around it. And the thing
that's fun.
The thing is, I don't know why people continuously like keep their villages so near it. I think it has something to do with the fact that the peak is cold, so they can actually plant stuff that would only
it's the volcanic soil.
Yeah, that would only flourish during those times, which is why they stay there. But they've had multiple scares of it starts to like want to erupt, and everybody has to evacuate, and then a few hours like, you know what, it decide not to erupt, and then you go back, and then you have to evacuate, and then you have to go back. Like, why?
Yeah, that sounds awful.
Yeah, it's very tiresome, I imagine.
There's a lot of orchards and stuff out here in kind of the King County area in Washington, because it's like right around the base of Rainier, and like that one hasn't gone off in a long time, but there's like a ton of volcanic ash left over. Like the entire beach is gray sand on the Pacific Northwest coast, at least up in Washington State. When you get a little bit lower, like towards Oregon, it's whiter.
Does it also have like the beaches near Colima here have like, it's also gray, like very gray, almost blackish with specks of black sand, but if you pick it up it has like tiny specks of gold, And does it also happen over there? Like, it's not actually tactical gold, because even if you try to sieve it, it will just go through. So it's that small. But it makes a very interesting, like, look for the beach, because, like, you go and you see it very black, and then you, like, get a closer look at it, and there's gold in it. And I was like, okay, that's interesting.
Damn.
Super cool.
Yeah, no, there's just like sometimes like tiny little fragments of like volcanic glass that are just like the size of the rest of the sand, so it's like a little bit glittery, but it's mostly just kind of gray, clayish texture.
Oh, I wish I'd taken a picture of the sand, actually. I went
I'm sure there's something
ago.
online. I mean, if you're talking about like a black sand beach like that, like I bet there's lots of photos.
Yeah, the like this one specifically, it almost had like what's that ice cream that has like little swirls of like black or chocolate in it? It looked like that. Like the sand is grayish, but it has like little tracks of like even blacker sand, and then all around it has like little sparklings of gold. It's very interesting sand. It's also very soft sand.
Ooh. I want to hang out there. That sounds fun.
Yeah, it's very nice, and it's a very inexpensive beach. So if you ever want to like go to a Mexican beach, which you want to be a tiny bit different, the beaches in Colima are very interesting. Like, they have that volcanic, like, glittery sand. So that could be an option. And if you like open sea, it's completely open sea. Sorry, I don't even know why I started to talk about volcanoes.
Oh no, it sounds very, very interesting. I think I've seen pictures of sand like what you're describing, but
yeah, it's very nice. The texture is nice. Like, it's not one of those sands that gets stuck in your clothes, because it slips off. It's not clayish.
It's much smoother. Yeah, like a finer grain, I guess. Yeah.
It's very smooth. It's just the color a lot of people don't find appealing. It also makes the sea very dark. So it's the water is very it looks.
I feel like I would love this beach. This sounds amazing to me.
It's
a beach where the sand doesn't stick to you. Yes, sign me up.
It's a goth beach with dark sand.
I want to go to the goth beach.
The goth beach.
They should just relabel themselves Goth Beach. They'll have so many people coming. Yeah.
They have so
all of those pale goth people need to get some sun on.
Goth Beach.
Also, I remember from when I did live in the U.S., at least when we were in Florida, the sand was so freaking hot. Like, you couldn't go through the sand without burning your feet. And this one is really cool. Like, it's almost constantly, like, it's not wet. Even when it's not wet, it's still not hot to the touch. So you can walk on the beach without like burning your feet, if that's still a thing that happens with white sand. But like, it's very pleasant. It's just a lot of tourists don't find it like photogenic. Like, it looks ugly to them. I think it's an interesting beach.
That's not cool. We should probably get to whatever questions we have lingering, and then it's getting late. So let's play Codenames.
Yeah.
How many people want to play Codenames? We could.
I'm down to play.
Awesome.
I'll play.
10
I've been animating for a couple of hours now. I think
Okay.
I can take a little break.
Okay.
Jagan asks, I remember in previous streams you had a reference for Rocky's violin. Did you do that with the other instruments?
Sort of. Honestly, besides Rocky's violin, most of the instruments are just hand-drawn. Well, hand-drawn once and then kind of puppeted, essentially, because I don't know if you've ever tried to draw a saxophone, but it's hell. It's just pure hell.
Yeah, now
so,
animated it.
Yeah, now animate that. And so
It's so
in order
hard
for that to
drawing saxophones.
Yeah, in order for that to then match with the look of the rest of the short, which everything
You have to use technology to your advantage.
Yeah. So in this case, since their instruments are never really seen super huge, I just drew them by hand because they're so little it doesn't matter.
However, for this Rubberhose thing where they're all playing instruments, like
They're being drawn.
there's no accuracy intended. It's Rubberhose, so it's just very cartoony and very, like,
We could make it wacky.
Yeah, it's wacky.
Sorry, I've
so
been
it's,
going at this for a bit, and I don't have any water left. So
yeah, so I know there's like those like what are they
I'm gonna
actually
go-
playing videos when anytime like a musical instrument shows up in the animation, and it's pretty entertaining, but
I'm gonna go get
it
some
really
water.
misses the point, I think, in some cases. Although, as like someone who plays an instrument, I could see how you'd be like kind of annoyed by the frequent misrepresentation. But yeah, with Rocky, because he does a fair bit of actual playing in close up and stuff, we wanted to make sure we didn't just like pull that out of thin air and insult every violinist across the globe.
Yeah, it's
I
okay.
hope it comes out in one of those videos. Oh, sorry, Nox.
No, I just said it's okay. They can be taken down a peg.
Oh, okay. Violinists finally get their comeuppance.
I was just saying that I hope it gets into one of those videos of like the like animation, like what do they call those videos? It's just like a violinist reacts to violin playing in animation, and it's just like, oh, they played it right, oh, they played it wrong. It would be nice to see the animation and a violinist be like, oh, they played it right.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. I'd be happy though if it just didn't end up in one of those like, this is what they're actually playing.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that would be pretty funny though. If no, I'm gonna counter that. I want them to do that because then we get more exposure. It's like, where'd this come? But I hope we did. I hope we did Fabrice some justice. He did go out of his way to provide video reference for us,
reference of exactly what he was playing. So yeah, it was very cool of him to do that. Yeah.
I hope it doesn't go to waste. But we did get comments on some of our preview animation where some violinists were actually like, "Oh my god, he's actually playing the violin," and I'm like, "Awesome."
Yeah, that's sweet.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't quite have enough fingers for all the strings, but you know,
some of it's gonna have to be forgiven.
You have to let it fly.
It's also like he's also has a
for
big chunky cat paw, so I kind of question whether he'd be able to play the violin with them big mitts. Actually,
yeah.
Rocky suddenly realizing he's a cat and using his claws to like go blick 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 at the instrument. It's pretty funny. It's like, wow, I have built-in guitar picks. Neat. Of course, then he would then suddenly realize he has knives in his hands, and that is not something we want him to recognize.
You don't want to give him that power.
He has murder mittens.
And fangs. Uh-oh.
His probation officer files them so they're adult once a month.
Yeah. Comes over and clips him.
You have to give him those like little kitty like rubber tips.
Yeah, those lickable. You have to give him a lickable treat to distract him while you clip his claws.
I think that would actually work. You give him an actual Go-Gurt, and that would distract him.
Wrap him in a towel so they can't struggle and get away. So make a little burrito out of them.
Okay, but how often has Victor had to do that to him actually? He wrapped it up in a carpet.
Just wrap him in a rug and throw him off a bridge.
Oh, damn it, he came back.
He keeps coming back.
Yeah, with the rug, no less.
He just thinks this is a game like that we sometimes play.
Oh, you guys hazing me. I've dealt with so much worse.
You guys are going to have to do a parody of The Cat Came Back with Victor and Rocky.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. I would love that.
Adam Loaf asks, does Wes have a full name or is it just Wes?
Wesley Clyde. But he goes by Wes. Or Weaselface.
You're not supposed to tell the gangster his nickname to his face.
No.
Xenonflower 08 says, I wonder, is one of the episodes gonna have a musical?
It's not really intended to be like that. There's musical elements, but not a musical as in theater. So
yeah, I mean, there's background music to certain things happening, and then there's diegetic music because there's a band that plays, but it's not like everybody breaks out into like choreographed song and dance sort of thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't be very competent in my capacity to make a musical happen. It's not a genre that I have really jumped super in depth to, so I would not want to impose that on myself without considerable study beforehand, at least.
Yeah, I think I prefer a more naturalistic approach to, like, while I do enjoy
I respect musicals, but it's not
it's a
my
different
genre.
tone of thing, and that isn't what Lackadaisy is. It's like,
Lackadaisy gets some sort of Repo the Genetic Opera levels of...
yeah, that's actually what, if you had me do a musical, that's what you would get. You would get Repo the Genetic Opera.
You're telling me.
Yeah.
You're telling me that all the musical instruments are not a musical. Pish posh.
Well, they do music. It's just not a musical, whereas, like, you know, they suddenly start singing Shapoopy or something.
There's no, like, structure to the music where it's meant to forward the story explicitly.
Yeah, there's no, like, I want songs that any of the characters sing, or...
Alright, next question.
You're gonna like this one, Fable. Jake Dobler asks, what happens if you go on a date with Seraphine? Or what happens if Seraphine likes you?
Ooh, I'm interested in this one.
Good luck.
Jeez. I mean,
let's go.
You're in for a wild ride. I don't know what else to say. Have fun, I guess, and hold on tight.
Hold on tight.
She just ropes you into a job for the night instead. It's like, well, I got a business to attend to. It's like, can't have you interrupting that. You can come with, though.
No, I think she could be pretty lovely to be around at times, like, but maybe a little, I don't know, a little much. Like, you'd have to be ready for a whole lot of personality.
We need a mini comic, Seraphine and Ivy double date.
Oh god.
Wait, Goofus and Gallant like date, but like Seraphine's the Gallant and Ivy's the Goofus. This is like a contrast in approach. Somehow the dates end the same though, and that's what's weird about it.
I mean, you definitely would eat. I'll say this: you'd eat well. You'd have good food, that's for sure. What happens after that?
Spook says, odd question. Which of the characters in Lackadaisy, if any, would read Lovecraft?
I mean, Rocky reads anything and everything, so he certainly wouldn't filter it out. I'm pretty sure Wick just reads, like, Rocks Quarterly or in
Rocks Quarterly. Oh yeah, we got this specific rock-themed stock market, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, he probably
well, like the Wall Street Journal and Rocks Quarterly. So
yes.
Hey, there's probably some very interesting mining publications.
Mitzi, I think, is largely into like scandalous stuff, reading like extremely guilty pleasure sort of things. She also likes morbid stuff, so maybe she'd read Lovecraft. She likes like darker stuff.
Mordecai?
She reads the obituaries.
Mordecai would not read Lovecraft, no.
He would argue with it. He'd be like, what is this word supposed to be? That's not a word. You just get really hung up on the made-up word.
Yeah.
Arguing about, like, what do you mean he wrote it as he was dying? That doesn't make any sense.
If Freckle accidentally read some Lovecraft, I'd probably go say several Hail Marys and Our Fathers and penance for it.
Did he enjoy it,
though? He probably would, yes, and that's why he'd feel guilty. He'd be intrigued by it, but, Ivy's more of a, like, Jeeves and Wooster sort of like reading material. Definitely not Victor. He's busy.
For Ivy, maybe they could get Lovecraft to write a column in the Sears magazines.
Yeah,
that would be interesting. Lovecraft, it was just like reviewing like some shirt instead.
I don't know. Yeah, probably the most likely to come across it would be Rocky.
Yeah. All right, next question.
Tasty Mints asks, what kind of cat would Al Capone and Lucky Luciano be if represented in the Lackadaisy universe?
I mean, cats with scars on their faces, I suppose.
Al Capone, but he's got whiskers and ears.
They both had prominent facial scars, actually.
Adam Luft asks, what plans or projects do you have after finishing Lackadaisy? Sleep.
God, yeah, it's hard to even.
I don't want to think about anything other than getting it done.
Everything right now is just like get film done and then return to comic, and also come up with a short animation thing and crowdfund that somehow, and also get the books printed. And it's just like there's just so many things.
I just have to focus. Just get it done, and just,
I don't know,
like get it done.
Yeah,
anything else is too much.
The two of you are taking a vacation if we have to come down there and make you.
I think my body will enforce it, so...
Yes.
Yeah.
Merely Another Animator asks, have you watched Cinderella Man?
No, I know it's a boxing movie with Russell Crowe, right?
Actually, I think I have seen Cinderella Man. I think I saw it in theaters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was a while ago, though. I remember I was like, that was a fun movie, and then I don't really recall much of it beyond that. I was like, that was nice. It's been a while, basically. Alright, go ahead.
Simon says, question for Tracy, what's the weirdest 1920s research you found?
Simon says.
The weirdest?
About the garbage.
I mean, well, that's just like a hard to find information because nobody wrote about garbage.
Yeah,
pickup
what was
in the
1920? What I was trying to figure out. It's like, what did garbage even look like in the 1920s? Because it's like I want to draw a pile of garbage for a quick joke, but suddenly I had to find myself during like a day-long rabbit hole of researching.
They didn't have cardboard boxes.
Yeah,
they didn't have well, they did have cellophane. They didn't have like plastics, like plastic bags and things though, or like hefty bags or anything.
Like,
so.
how did garbage collecting services even work? Because that would affect how people place their garbage. What garbage do they put out? But also, like, they're just putting out different things in general. They didn't have a garbage disposal, so it's like, okay, so there's food out there, but what kind of food would it be? And it's just all that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
a lot of rotting food and things like that. Jeez, what's the weirdest thing? I don't know. I'm drawing a blank. It's such a broad topic. It's like
phone booths. I had to look up phone booths.
I mean, that's not that weird.
I guess not.
I guess we might think of it as weird that like one of the places you would go to make a phone call would be like a pharmacy or a corner drugstore or something, because they would always have like a phone booth. They'd be inside. They didn't have outdoor.
Yeah.
They didn't really have outdoor phone booths at the time, by and large. They had police call boxes.
Yeah.
Where police would go up to like this, you might see this like metal, like looks almost like a small sign post with a metal box on it. And that would be for the police to communicate, because they didn't have police radio by and large at that point. Well, they did have some radio, but
what was
like no one had radio. You didn't have radio in your cars yet.
Was that there's people who like there's a huge like phone booth collecting community that specifically
there is a phone booth collecting
phone
community.
Booths.
Not just like
phones and stuff.
Yeah, people collect phones, but they also collect like old phone booths, and they'll put them in their house, like bunches of them, like weird. But like they were largely like wooden structures, and they'd be indoors. They were pretty classy looking, honestly, compared to like the phone booths that prevailed in the later parts of the 20th century.
You know what interesting thing we had to research is something we actually can't even talk about right now.
Oh, yeah. About machinery.
Yeah.
But I won't say anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to go down some like I don't know if that's what they mean by weird though. Like the rabbit holes you go down are just like of like obscure information is like I think what we might think of as weird, but like what's weird about the 20s was many things, but that's like people are weird, so
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like a good example, but I'm a little brain fried at the moment.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you about that one.
I think we gotta like move on to Codenames.
Yeah,
soon.
let's.
There's two questions left.
Okay.
Let's speed through them real quick.
Just to clarify, people are saying something about there was a 5-minute short mentioned. I am very confused.
It's just something we're thinking.
It's a potential thing we would like to follow up with. We don't know if it's possible yet, so I'm not promising anything. So, but once we release the film, someone asked if we had plans for more animation or more episodes or something like that. It's like we'd like to follow up with more shorts, and we have one particular one in mind. Whether or not we can make it, don't know yet. We'll see. It really depends on the kind of reaction we get to the film. So.
Crystalis asks, have you ever watched White Chicks the movie?
No. I mean, I know what it is. Yeah. It's like the Wayans brothers, right, or something, but I've never watched it.
No.
And Spiky Spike asks, what was the hardest thing you had to animate?
Oh.
Rocky's hat.
Rocky's hat.
Yeah, there was a lot of Rocky's hats corrections that I had to do for folks, so... I learned I'm real good at drawing hats. I'll tell you that at this point. Hardest thing I had to animate. Any big, like, solid mechanical thing that is rigid, and if any bit of it like moves around too much, it just doesn't look right. God, hardest things I had to animate. I'm not a big fan of animating armor. I've had to do that on a production. I was just like, I don't like drawing this. Because again, it was a big, rigid, visually complicated object that you had to keep, like, perfectly squared off, and everything had to have, like, perfectly solid volumes. And thankfully, the style of this particular thing wasn't such that, like, a little bit of variation was too bad, but, I hated working with the armor. Alright.
That is it.
That's it? Alright. Okay, we can do a round of Codenames if you guys are up for it.
Sure.
Yeah. We take a quick, like, 5-minute break, and then...
Let's get a water break, maybe.
And how many people do we have? We may need more...
Who can we
need to drag? Let's post on the work server that we're playing shortly.
Yeah,
and
let me
see
do
if
that.
anyone wants to hop in, and then if maybe anybody in the chat wants to play. If you're familiar with it. If you're not, it doesn't take long to explain, but...
Tim, those drinks look amazing. Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah. I love that, like, raspberry swirl thing going on.
That's actually, a sorry, I put my thing so I don't sound funny. It's actually a cranberry shrub because Mordecai.
Oh.
Yeah, but I'm ready to move into photography phase for them. Mm-hmm. So I'm trying. My brain needs visuals, so I was remaking them so I can go through my straw supplier to try to pick out a color straw that would complement the drink. So, yeah.
By the way, I already said I was going to play the game, but where are we going to play it? Do I need to download it or something?
No, I think it's all browser based. It's all browser based, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
Okay. Let me clean up really fast, and I will jump on my computer again. Mm-hmm. I migrated to the kitchen real fast.
Does anyone else, like, my Discord won't let me be in a call when I'm not actively looking at the app. Is that a new thing, or is my phone stupid now?
That's strange. I mean,
Probably my phone acting up then.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. One sec.
Alright. I'll let this play while I wait for people to collect themselves.
Oh, geez. Can you guys hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I needed to turn on the stupid overlay thing that makes me mad. One sec.
Cassidy Crumsey asks, your work is absolutely amazing. What program are you using? This is Toon Boom Harmony. Thank you very much for the $1.99, Cassidy, and the vibes.
The vibes.
The vibes.
Oh, I can't play anyway. I forgot I'm dyeing my hair.
What?
Yeah,
I
I'm
can't play. I'm
red.
getting my hair is getting washed. I thought that meant that you
I'm
were
getting
currently
my-
dyeing your hair. You're currently at the barber shop.
I might be back. I don't know.
Okay.
I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you for the super chat, Cassidy.
I did a stupid thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you guys ever like do something because you're like so into it, and then you've done it, you've achieved it, and then like a week or so later, you come back and you're like, "Oh no, I didn't save any of it."
That is why I enjoy CSP's autosave feature. Even I have better luck with it than other people, apparently, though.
I realized that I figured out finally how to make a shrub, and I didn't write it anywhere.
Oh.
It actually, boo! It may be on one of my physical papers somewhere. We have to hunt down the notepads. Haha! I may have physically written it. I just didn't type it. Oh Lord. No, I'm not being distracted by cats right now. The little boy can enjoy his blueberry. I'm busy. Oh, Tracy, there is an interactive toy at PetSmart that is like a little blueberry pie, and they have to like figure out a way to get the little blueberries out of the pie. It's been amazing.
That sounds adorable.
Yeah, Angel is the only one who's figured out how to get the blueberries out. I will be really sincere. But Seraphine has figured out how to put the blueberries back into the pie.
Well, she knows where they belong.
But yeah, they go ham for those, and it's kind of great. I just thought I'd let you know.
That's really cute. I'll see if I can find that.
And actually, me and Boo have something in our Chewy cart for you.
Oh.
Yeah, I keep forgetting it's there until I talk to you, and then I'm like, oh, it's in there.
All right. Are y'all ready?
Oh, I'll be right there.
Okay. Well, I'll get the room set up in the meantime. So let's
I'm
see
almost done
here.
fixing these rocky keys. Trying to like keep the notes throughout.
Let's see. Set up game. Play with recommended settings. I've never set up the game before, so I'm gonna just play with the recommended settings. And oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be the defaults. That's what we
Okay.
play with usually anyway.
All right.
As far as I know.
How do I share this thing? I am stuck. Oh, I guess that's just
Wow,
the name of it.
Samuel,
Okay.
this is
There we go.
impressive. You have a preschool teacher in chat saying they admire your patience.
You gotta be patient.
With animation, yeah.
Oh. Why are you at the game start already?
I think you have to join as an operative or join as spy master. So I think you're probably gonna want to. So we've got 8 on one side. Let me see what the players are at. Yeah, let's see. Okay, we have this many people in the room. Cool. And let me just switch OBS to just focus on maybe the window that I am looking at. So, 1 second. There we go.
I will pop out chat so I don't.
Oh, that's an odd. Why is it all squished? It's really weird looking. Oh, I know why. Okay, I know why. I'm just gonna turn off the filters.
Nox, if I can ask a favor, can you maybe ping the Lackadaisy and see if anyone wants to hop over here and play?
The whole Lackadaisy, or
I guess. Unless you have specific people that you think might be interested.
I could start with the pin chat, but
yeah, sure, yeah. If any of them are around. It is kind of late, so I don't know if we're gonna be able to find them.
We'll get a couple of seconds.
Yeah. 1 second, I'm just adjusting the window so it is.
I say we kidnap Newt.
Newt's probably busy.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know. I was kidding. That he's busy, but
I could poke him and see, but I kind of doubt he's available.
nah, he's been busy settling.
Yeah, he's
a busy little guy.
Yep.
And moving his jar around.
Yeah, major life advancements.
Okay, here we go. Window capture. So they got that going on. Nice. Okay. Okay, wonderful. Make sure I can see everything I need to at the same time. Wonderful. Alright, we're just waiting for some more players. Tracy, do you want to be the spy master? Spy master? Or an operative?
Spy master?
Yes. I can be the spy master, sure.
Alright, I guess I'll be a spy master as well. Oh, shoot. It started. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that that's how it worked. The opponent's spy master is playing wait for your turn. Okay.
It says we have 5 players, but I only see... I don't think it's timed, so I don't think it matters.
Okay, alright.
Although if you're streaming your screen...
Yeah, if people want to keep an eye on chat, just pop out chat. And yeah, I don't know if we can just let anybody in.
Yeah, no, I cropped the top so they can't see the link. We have to give it to them. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, so that'd be 3 on one team and 2 on the other. We need like at least 1 more person. Ideally, maybe 3 more people or 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. Kit's asking what the game is.
Okay.
Not sure we're gonna get too many more from the Pin Lounge.
My sister just brought me. She's playing this game called Ponytown. It's an old fucking
Yeah, we know about Ponytown.
Mordecai.
Oh no!
Yeah, there's been a few of those.
He even has his whole muzzle white, just like the cat.
Duh.
I'll take a screenshot of it and send it. It looks like it's Minecraft meets ponies. It looks interesting. But yeah, she is obsessed in turning everything and anything she can into Mordecai's.
That's really cute. Okay, if we could get...
I don't think we're getting anybody.
All right, let's just go with what we got then. Let's see.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm Spy Master, and apparently... And
you're not playing
the
Nox?
other one.
I can join you.
Thank you. Appreciate
yeah, please.
it.
Did you send out a crew? We sent out a message on our own server here that we're playing.
I did, yeah. I did.
Oh, you did?
Here, yeah.
Oh, okay. Nobody's awake.
Apparently not. They should be taking naps. I hope they're getting good sleep. Yeah, this should be good. Let me make sure this is the right one. Yeah, it was. Okay, good. Alright, so
Like
we
this
got
game.
2 Minox on one side and me and Kari on the other. Let's go.
Yay!
So,
Okay.
first is Tracy.
Yep, I'm working on it.
Quickly, the rules, if you want to explain, Tracy.
So you as a spy master are trying to get your spies to pick the correct cards that are associated with your color, blue or red. Some of the cards are neutral and don't count for anything, and then there's a black hole card that is like insta-death, which means you lose if someone clicks on it. Oh, you know what? I think I just gave away.
Yep.
Fuck. It's not called the black hole card. It is just a black card. You want to refresh?
Sure, I'll reset. 1 second.
It just happened that
Okay.
the insta-death card was called black hole. So
that was very odd. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, there is a insta-death card as well that you want to try. And what you're going to do is, as Spy Master, you give a one-word clue to your spies that triggers them to pick the correct cards. All you can do is give them the one clue. And they have to base their selections off that. You give them a clue and a number. So you'll say, cats, 2, and they'll try to pick out cards that have something to do with cats or make them think of cats or have cat feature implications or something, and they'll look for 2 cards that are like that. So it's pretty simple. You'll probably see
All right, so I think it's my turn is first this time.
Yeah, it switched to you.
All right, I gotta think about this. You guys can keep talking while I think on this, if there's any questions or whatever. And it has to be a single word?
Be a single word or a double word that goes together,
right.
Like Santa Claus or
yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay, 2 words, but
Oh, shoot, sorry.
it's fine.
Okay.
It's kind of redundant anyway.
Okay, good pick.
But one of them was easy. I can.
Good picks. All right.
Yeah, do it right.
Yep, you did.
Yay! I've never played this game, but yay!
Not.
Yes.
We got this.
I mean, Tracy's pretty good at this. She might take a few jabs at us in her trial.
No.
Won't be as bad as what he did last time.
He was trying to get revenge on Tracy for something.
Tracy is very good at smart games.
Probably giving me too much credit.
I like to tell people my art hero invited me to play Phasmophobia, then got me killed.
I still need to learn to play that one. I downloaded it, but I haven't had time for that.
Oh yeah, we need to invite you to play with us one of these nights.
I saw you guys were playing the other day, but I was out and about, and I was like, hard to join. I have to go make a run for things.
I also do need to keep an eye on chat tonight. So I might get distracted by that.
Yeah, there's some trolls and bots, like more than usual today for some reason.
Yep.
It's actually less bad than the last couple times.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah, there's been a lot more lately.
It's a sign of success.
I guess.
Yeah.
The price. Boo, you don't have to drink it if you don't want to.
This one might be a bit oblique, in which case I apologize.
Alright. Yeah, his toy went under the couch.
How's it going, Tracy?
I'm whittling this down because I think I'm assuming too much.
I've been meaning to ask, what is... sorry, Tracy.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
It's a distraction fable. I'm trying to distract
Not... Okay, glitter.
Alright, so click on the card to mark and don't click the yellow finger until we're sure, right?
Okay, yeah. Glitter... I kind of agree with Christmas. I don't agree with green.
Yeah, I don't know.
I kind of think Hollywood.
Guess. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because Hollywood is all the glitz and glitter.
I was going to give you a clue, but then I remembered you're not on my team.
No, we're not.
I'm sorry, I tend to want to help.
The hardest part about this game often is like keeping your mouth shut when you're not supposed to. Like,
Oh my god.
Yeah, Hollywood. I think glitz and glitter.
I don't think
Christmas
else,
is
to
very.
be honest.
Huh?
I'd say Hollywood first, then Christmas. I don't see anything else.
This is my word association, the glitter bomb. I think of that, but
actually, yeah, that's a good point.
I wonder how much Tracy wants to kill me right now.
Oh, usually a lot. That's the curse of the spy master. We might not be her friends anymore after this, but.
Oh, damn.
I promise not to disown any of you. It's fine.
Oh, but there's only 2 of them. There isn't 3.
Yeah, that's it. So.
Oh, let's hit Hollywood. I feel confident.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think I like bomb better than Christmas, if I'm honest.
Bomb is more word association though. Like, oh, it's a glitter bomb.
Yeah, that's it.
Christmas, you associate it with like.
Glitter bombs are a very regular thing now that keep showing up in pop culture. So.
Okay.
And glitter's not what I would think of for Christmas in Hollywood either, right? Like it might have been Hallmark or something.
Like Christmas, I think of like the glittery. Well, I cover the house in glitter. Boo hates me for it.
Yeah,
but yeah. All right, go ahead and pick glitter bomb. I can't watch. Oh!
Damn it!
Damn it! I'm sorry.
It's okay.
All right.
It was probably Christmas.
I don't know.
Okay. Here you go, Kare. If you want to talk through your thought process as you're working it out.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Just choose.
Wow, well, Kari's destroying us hard this time.
It's not like one of the games that we have here. Like, it's kind of similar to a game that I played when I was a kid. It's why it may be that I kind of like am figuring it out. Also, I look at the little rules tab on top, and it gives like little information. So I don't know. Also, the question I want to ask, what are the oaks for Lackadaisy called? Lackasonas? I am going to make one.
Yeah.
Some people already made them, but I can't find the tags.
I guess Lackasona. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is there a tag for them?
I don't think there is I
think
didn't
so.
know if anybody was using a tag. That's cool though. If they're,
I think I've
I
seen
should look that up.
Lackasona.
Yeah, there is a tag.
What?
She's stealing the
I gotta
crab
go find.
again.
Look at this. I just look up Lackadaisy to see whatever people have posted in there, but now I gotta look up Lackasona to see what's there.
I guess the one I have on stream is technically my Lackasona, even if it's just me.
That's true.
I had Tracy had the honor. Well, I had the honor of having Tracy draw mine. That's words. I don't use those often. I have it as the on the. I have it on the Twitter.
Oh, it was my pleasure.
Thank you, Ryan, for the $50 super chat.
Oh, damn! Thank you so much.
Wow, thank
Getting
you.
closer and closer. Keep up the great work. It's worth every penny.
Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, the second one today. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, nice.
See, I'm trying to think ahead of like what I'm gonna do also.
Yeah, the real tricky part, well, aside from keeping your mouth shut, is also not like tipping off the wrong cards, including positively tipping the right ones.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's the game.
You made a valid choice, honestly. It was my fault.
Also, and what I might fail here here is the fact that I don't know some of these words, or I might not be thinking of the words correctly. Because, like, when I see the word bond, does it mean, like, bond in, like, familial bond? Or does it mean, like, a bail bond? Like,
It could be either
Or James Bond.
That's
Yeah.
part
Or
of
James Bond.
That's
That's
part
part
of
of
the
the-
yeah.
yeah.
Part of the complication of it is like it can mean any of those things. You have to just
Being weirdly good at puns is helpful in this game.
Yeah.
Good at puns. I'm not even good at English.
Oh, you're
I keep
you're
messing
pretty
up
good at
words.
English. It's fine.
Listen.
I don't have any trouble understanding you.
Listen. I can't. I speak English and I can't even English.
It's a well-known fact that the English cannot speak English.
Yeah. Like high key, I'm better at Spanglish sometimes.
We could just Tower of Babel this stuff et tout parler dans nos langages préférés.
I get no. I hand you over to Boo. Who can understand you?
Well, what language did you talk in, Nux?
French.
Yeah.
I thought I kind of understood some of the words, but
Yeah,
not
there's a lot more in
Very
common
similar
between Spanish and French than there is Spanish and English. Like, especially the grammar
Yeah.
is a little bit more
Yeah.
similar.
Spanish, French, Italian, and Portuguese. You can kind of make out words between each other.
Yep.
these
It's like
words
I've
are
heard
nothing.
that like between what was it? It was some Slavic languages also have a lot of common like sounding words between each other.
Interesting.
Also,
Which is all IKEA furniture.
we
I don't know how I've never told the story before. Speaking of Slavic and mafia, I was once confused with a mafia boss in Russia. It was so weird.
What?
That's great.
What?
Yeah, I was.
You got
I
his
went to
emails
a
or
trip-
something?
No. It was. I went for a trip to like Russia just to like take a vacation, also to meet a friend, and we went to the opera, and well, not opera. We went to like a concert, one of those orchestral things. And you need to go in formal clothing. The thing is, I did not want to go in a dress because it was very, very cold, like super cold. And I am Mexican, so even with the bunch of like clothes I had on, I could not tolerate the clothes. But I could not tolerate the cold. Sorry, speaking of not knowing English. So I got myself a suit. And I wore the suit to the event, which, by the way, I got some really weird looks in the event, and a couple moved away from me and my brother. But okay, we were like, okay, they just don't like me wearing a suit, I guess, because I'm a girl and they want me to wear a dress, but I'm not gonna. But then it got even weirder when we got out and we went to a restaurant. Because the moment that the restaurant owners, we went to a Japanese restaurant, they saw me walk in and they instantly got very nervous for some reason.
Oh, no, now I'm getting it.
Yeah, and every time they went to the table, they would like only look at me, and even for taking the order of my brother, they would still look at me. And all the time they were addressing me, and they would be like, any waiter that would come to the table would get extremely nervous. And I ordered a ramen, and I took out I think it was a big piece of garlic, because I personally don't like full garlic. I know other people do, and over in Russia they do. But I took it out, and they all panicked and behind the table.
Oh no!
And I was like,
no.
"Oh no! Did I insult them?" And I was, I didn't think
How
I
do
was
you even-
speaking like anything weird. I have barely understanding of Russian. My friend was the one that did most of the translating. So, after a while, he went to the bathroom, and he came back, and was like, "I know why they're so nervous." And I was like, what did I do? And I was like, no, they think you're part of the mafia. And I was like, what do you mean they think I'm part of the mafia? And I was like, only
Damn.
mafia women wear suits in Russia. So apparently the fact that I walked in with a suit made them think that I was part of the mafia. So that's why they were so afraid of me, even though I was much smaller than them. And I barely spoke Russian, so the police and everybody I had talked to before told me I was cute, but still they were afraid of me because of the suit.
Oh,
So it was a very odd experience. And we went back to eat there the next day, and they were completely calm now. I was just wearing the normal thing, so it was, they are afraid of women in suit, apparently.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was a very odd experience, but still funny.
all right, Tracy, you good?
Nope.
Oh, sorry, Tracy. I completely
Oh
distracted
no,
you from your
it's
turn.
no, it's not your fault.
No. You're entertaining chat while Tracy's
Oh
trying.
yeah, no, we're thankful. It buys us time.
Yeah, there's just like no connection between these things.
I had to think for a while. Honestly, the time you're taking is allowing me to think about it.
Yeah, I don't mean to like bore everybody. Sorry.
The plates tomorrow. Sorry, my ADD kicked in.
Do you want a suggestion, Tracy?
No,
Okay.
that's cheating.
Oh.
This is bad, but
Bullseye 2.
A roulette?
Roulettes. I guess it's shaped like a bullseye. Let's. Maybe laser and spot. Why? Because laser is you use those as a aiming system. Spot maybe. It's a dot. I don't know. Roulette's vaguely shaped. Hit?
Damn it. I hit. I thought it hit too.
Yeah, it's a hit and then laser.
Mark. Like you mark something that you wanted to hit a bullseye on.
Yeah, but we're starting to reach there. I'd say hit and laser, and then try Christmas if we got it right.
You don't want to try spot?
Nah, spot's bad.
Okay.
Hit.
I'm gonna trust you. You're smarter than me. Look, you see?
All
See, you're smarter than me. I decided to shut up this time.
good job. Good job.
High pressure.
What we need to do is just let Nox pick them. I'm going to shut up. And
No, you were on the right track too. It sounded like.
No. Oh, I'm sorry, Nico.
All right, it's Kare's turn now.
Okay,
All
let me
right.
see.
What's your thought process?
Sword. So I'm thinking castle. And one pants, shampoo, no anchor, or a glue, and well, tip of a sword could be. There you go.
Great job.
You're good, Tara.
Jesus.
I think Fable, and I think very like literally, because I was mostly thinking, okay, physically, what could this be?
And yeah, chat, it is normal for things to be quieter in the game phase. Oh, god damn it. What?
Can I use
Oh,
two
no,
words if
they're
it's
back.
part of a single phrase?
It's really, you're supposed to really use one, but it's like if it's a
Okay.
two-word, like two words that just go together as like a singular thing,
Mm-hmm.
that's fine, but you can't use like an adjective and a noun or something.
Okay.
Oh god, why am I back to top, chat?
Silence bot. Why is this? It's the same bot or the same number of bots coming back each time?
Every stream, it's the same. It's always the same sketchy site that's sending bots around.
Yeah.
I have to disagree with you, Thermostat. Heresy is allowed, just not that type of heresy.
Which heresy? I need to know what's allowed.
Well,
So hard.
given they responded with the Warhammer 40k reference, a lot of things are heresy.
You see, I'd rather side on blasphemy. I'll set myself in the corner.
Careful about being in the corner. You might be in the spotlight using your religion.
Sorry. I had weird eldritch dreams last night. It was weird.
Nice. Those are called good dreams by me.
It was just really strange. I was a teenager again. Boo was a teenager. It was strange. We had a blue bicycle, and we were fighting a guy that was summoning eldritch beings.
Cool. Do you
And
ever,
then a year later... Huh?
do you ever
Sounds
have
cool.
dreams? Yeah.
It was just very strange. And I woke up, and apparently, there was a time skip in the dream. It was a year later. They came back, and it was a bunch of drawings of eyeballs, too, saying they were going to come and get me. And they kidnapped a friend of mine that, used cold water, electricity to make an Asian-inspired rice dish for the bad guy. He was like, hey, look, rich guy, look what I can do. And then he got kidnapped, and me, Boo, and this strange male friend were just like, all right, let's go. And I woke up as I was changing into my let's go fight some monsters clothes, which was a teacher.
Damn it! It's just when it was getting good.
Yeah. Second round of monster fighting. I was, what did I wake up?
Do you ever those dreams where you're looking for houses, or you're going inside different houses, and it's either a house you think you're familiar with, like your parents' house, but then you walk around and the rooms are totally different, and they just keep going and going and going, and there's rooms you've never been in before, and you're like, what is this?
So as weird as it sounds, and I mean, people can believe what they want, but so I've had that type of dream, but I think the creepiest thing I've had happen is I was at a house party. In the dream, I was at a house party, and I decided I wanted to go somewhere a little quieter. So I didn't recognize this mansion. Nothing. So I went downstairs, and the downstairs was all marble. It was all marble. It was kind of quiet. There was smoking and drinking. And I look over, and my great uncle, who had passed away maybe a month or two earlier, was sitting on a bench. And I walked over, and I was like, hey, how are you? I haven't seen you. My brain did not connect that he had passed in that second. And he sat down and was just like, hey, just chatting with me. And I was like, I didn't see you over the holidays. And he was like, sweetie, no. They put me in a cabinet, remember? And I was like...
Oh, that's
no,
a weird phrase. Oh.
Here's the thing, though. I didn't go to the funeral. I didn't go to the funeral. I didn't ask about the burial or anything because it was more of a closed thing. My parents went, but I didn't. But I was here when my dad was in the house with me here repairing something when he got the news of his passing. And I started to cry. I was upset. And he was like, "It's okay, sweetie, it's okay." He up and left. The morning when I woke up, I called my mother. I was like, "Mama, I had this dream. This is what happened." She's like, "Don't you dare tell your father." And I was like, "Why?" And he's like, "I don't know how you know, but he was put in a tomb. He was put in a cabinet. And it's marble. And I was like, "Oh, cool beans. All right, I'm gonna nope out of this one." But my mom chalks it up to coincidence. I chalk it to lucid points of connections. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
I think it's interesting. It's he went out and classy, but I like that idea of just the downstairs marble room where people who are passing on are taking a smoke break. It's a really cool image.
Well, my uncle was he was kind of a baller, to be quite honest. I swear to God, he was mafia. I promise. When I was a little girl, I swear he was mafia. He owned a laundromat, and my dad used to do the IT for him, and I used to run around the place. I remember I snuck into his office. I sat behind his desk, and there was a rigging for a legit shotgun type of rifle thing. And I was like, "What's that?" My dad ran in and pulled me out. He was like, No, we don't do that." But he loved a drink. He loved a good cigar. I mean, it's really sad how he passed, but he was doing what he loved. He was at a casino playing, and that was the type of person he was. He was just but
fun.
I swear he was mafia. I promise.
Yeah.
Apologies in advance for this one. It's fucking awful, but
it's alright. Nox will figure it out.
Ooh, I like that word.
Let's
Pants?
see.
No.
Figure, pants. Art, brain, dreaming, igloo, war, roulette, anchor, cable. I think figure and pants. Shampoo, but debatably. I don't know. Pants and figure, I'd say. What do you say?
Pants I can agree on.
Okay. What about figure?
I'm thinking shampoo, but
Accoutrement is usually clothing, right?
yeah.
So
Yeah, it tends to be clothing or a purse. It's an accessory, essentially.
Yeah.
A cable? No. Huh?
Is accoutrement an accessory? Isn't it more well, I guess it is accessories, but I don't know. 'Cause there's green, I guess. Shampoo is really not an accessory.
No.
So to me, figure is what makes the most sense, unless cable, anchor, roulette, mark, bond, trip, spot. Yeah. I say
Brain.
figure. Brain.
That's a reach.
I mean, I know you keep one in a jar in your purse, but
Don't call Boo out that way.
yeah. So what would be your preference? I say figure.
I'm gonna go with you.
Okay. Nope.
Oh no.
Okay. You ready, Kare?
Ready.
All right.
G?
Do you know what that word means? Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
G? If it's the bungee, I think it is. G?
Yeah! Nice!
Damn it,
I was
shampoo.
blocked by, like, it was shampoo in that case, and it's only because it's not technically an accoutrement. I was trying to get you to think of things that you'd put in your luggage or something.
Yeah.
But I
was
couldn't say
what I
that
was
without,
thinking.
because there was the word trip was there, and I couldn't say detergent because the word spot was there, and I couldn't say, like, everything I could think of that would associate any of these words, there was another word there that would be almost more obvious than that. Like, this was the most impossible one I've ever had. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's like, it was just
No worries.
completely fucking...
Trying to figure out the connection between
Infuriating.
cable and trip was pretty difficult too. I was like, which are these? And I was rather worried that if I put down sword, that you were going to choose war.
Yeah,
card.
like I was gonna say
oh, this is
navy or
trite,
something. I was
but
trying to
see.
get like anchor wheel and roulette, or like helm wheel and anchor and roulette wheel, and like I wanted them to pick roulette wheel also as bullseye, but I didn't want to give them like 3 because it was just such a stretch. As like,
Yeah.
That was
You're
the
like, if
first
they
thing I
accidentally.
thought of.
Yeah.
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 But if I said something about like ships or helms or boats, like you'd pick war. So I couldn't do like as well as anchor, and so I couldn't do that either. It was like it either had to do like 1. Which always is a losing option because then you
guys
you just
picking
fall
bomb
behind.
also like made it a little easier for me because then I was like, okay, now I don't have to worry about like accidentally tripping up anything assassination related. So I was a little worried about that. I was also concerned that like authority, that you would end up picking figure because that's a phrase, authority figure. But I was hoping, Kare, that you wouldn't automatically jump to that. Because it's like, okay, so we have governor and police, which are both authority. So hopefully that was slightly more obvious. I don't know.
It was more obvious. I didn't even think about figure in that regard because I was like, okay, authority is very specific. So these are authority figures. So I wouldn't go with authority figure because I was looking for authority figures as it was.
I was glad.
Generic username says, "Can I ask a question about Rockaby? Do you mean Rocky? Rocky, Ricky?
Rocky, the Rockaby, yeah.
Rockaby, just heard
Rockaby.
Am I the Weirdo asks, am I the only one who ships Mitzi and Seraphine? You're the first that I remember in recent memory. I don't think it's the first time that's come up, but it's a rare one.
I like it. Well, to
Why
be
not?
honest,
I want to see what those
Not
two
true.
do together. I'm like, I gotta see what happens here. It's like, I just want to see how does that one pan out.
I think somebody had mentioned them before, though. In another stream, like really long ago. I think
I
somebody
imagine
had
that
said
it's
something about
what
them.
was the name of that movie with the 2 women who went on the crime spree?
Thelma and Louise.
Yeah, they Thelma and Louise.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I
to
could
greater
see that.
extremes.
I mean, if the 2 boss babes get together, everybody else is fucked, let's be honest.
Yeah. Mitzi,
Oh,
you're free.
true.
You're free of this bullshit. We got the first person for you.
Yeah, but doesn't Seraphine and Nico come in a package? Is Nico just in the back seat, like, all right?
Just filing his nails.
This is fine.
This is all right. Well, wait, are we talking?
He's just like, I'm glad my
boy?
sister found someone hot to be with.
But wait a minute, and if Mordecai's still dragged around with them, is Mordecai just like, why are you here, Mitzi?
Mordecai
Please
promptly
leave."
gives up and the story ends. He's just like, no, I can't, no, this is my worst nightmare, goodbye, and he leaves. He just
It's like
leaves.
that big sister that always is like invading the little brother's space. He's just like, no, why do you gotta do this? This was my thing.
God, they would trade secrets on how to bully Mordecai.
Oh my god!
It's like Mitzi's like, I have tips. Did you know the thing about spiders? And she's like, no, go on.
Holds up jar of mayonnaise. Man jumps out of the car.
I have an entire list. Would you like? It'll cost you. But believe me, it'll be worth every penny.
Generic asked their question if you want, Tracy. How is it possible for a current Rocky to be able to escape a train track shotgun execution, but also be so goofy to not know how to escape Weasel and other rival gangsters?
Hablas español.
Didn't he escape Weasel?
I think they speak Spanish, but they try to word it in English.
To not know how to escape the weasel, and like he just set up a ambush and slaughtered them.
Both people were trying to escape Wes.
Really did.
Yeah. They were very much not trying to escape Wes. They were deliberately seeking him out.
They said that. Rocky was planning that, like, since the moment he saw that guy with the marigold on his lapel, stopped them at the stop sign.
Rocky's a bit of a weasel himself. I think I drew him as a ferret once, and I was like, this is a lateral move, honestly.
Yep.
He's I don't know, a little bit of the brilliant idiot thing going on with him.
So, do you guys want to play another game, or we've been going for 5 hours?
I think we might want to call it. It's been a bit.
I'm a bit worn out.
Yeah. All right, guys. It was so nice having both you here, our wonderful guests, and also our beautiful audience. We really appreciate your participation. We enjoy answering questions.
Usually we cut to the games a little earlier in the streams, but you guys had a lot of questions.
Yeah, we were like, wow,
they were good
really
questions. So I'm glad we
Yeah.
took the time to chat with you all, and
Yeah.
thank you so much for your viewership and your super chats, which were awesome, and your good questions and everything. So yeah, we appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Good
Thank
night.
you, everybody. Bye. Good night.